Ladies and gentlemen, you are now in tune to Core Battle League, and I'm so excited. It's going to be a special day today. I can tell because we have so many teams and so much more going on in the Core Battle League Legacy Series for Apex Legends. Make sure you stay tuned. We're about to begin the show. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are in Core Battle Studios today, bringing you the amazing Apex Legends tournament series called the Legacy Series. And it's brought to you by Core Battle League right here. This is your home for Apex Legends tournaments, esports from yours truly, Mad Gamer. I am your host, and I am currently in Core Battle Studios. Very excited about today's event. We got top tier teams. We got brand new teams. All are welcome. It's going down very shortly. I'm super excited as your host. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be all for you, the community. Apex Legends is the best first-person shooter out right now, and it's been the best first-person shooter for the entirety of its reign, and it's continuing. And we have a new season coming up, and it's gonna be insane. That's all I can say. I've heard a lot of rumors out there. We're not going to talk about that today, but we got a lot to talk about, and I am your host. We're hanging out and enjoying Apex Legends at its finest. Crispy, top tier, ready to ball out teams putting in work tonight. It's gonna be a blast. I'm gonna be your host. We have special guest casters, and we got a lot of new teams that are gonna make a name for themselves. These tournaments are very special for one reason. You have newcomers, you have pros, you have the world champions all competing, mixed up together, trying to see who will take it and who will become the Core Battle League's world champions. And man, oh man, it's just the qualifiers, but it feels like the playoffs. It feels like the finals. It feels like the championship. And I am excited. I host these tournaments every single week. You are welcome to join through our Discord. Just jump on board, get involved, and get excited, because I'm excited today. Today specifically, I'm excited because so many great new teams are playing as well, and we have more teams that want to play for the future. So make sure you sign up. It's very easy. Anybody and everybody is eligible to play in these tournaments. Just head to our Discord right now and get yourself involved. Everybody is welcome. This is open to the public. We've had the ALGS World Champions of the finals from last year competing in our events, multiple great pro players coming on board, brand new players who became pro players. We had casters come on board and become professional casters through our events. We've had all types of elements. This is a community for you, by you, because of the passion and love you have for this game. So with that out of the way, we're almost ready to get started in these tournaments very shortly, and you're going to be a part of it and get on board. I want to talk about it before we do anything else so that you can understand exactly how this all works, because there's a lot to get into, but it's pretty basic when it comes to the qualifiers. Take a quick look at our setup here, and we're going to make it really quick and really simple. This is open to the public. You go to the Discord and get yourself involved through our channels. You'll read the event you want to play in, and then you'll sign up from there. Secondly, the way it works is these are qualifiers, meaning all the teams and any team that signs up has a chance to play in 10 qualifiers. After they play in all 10 qualifiers, we will add up their scores, see the standings, and whichever team places the highest, they will enter our playoffs. Once again, placement points and eliminations are the way teams are going to be scored, but you're going to be playing against a lot of top tier teams. There's some really incredible teams out here trying to make a name for themselves, others who already made a name for themselves, and of course our world champions from the Court Battle League's previous season, that they are currently coming back with a vengeance as well. So be ready, be prepared. It is going to be insane today and going forward. With that out of the way, let's get into today's format so you can understand how it all works. Take a quick look. The format is pretty simple. You're going to play 6 games today. All 6 games will be played, and these games will be played in 2 different maps. We're going to do Storm Point and World's Edge. 2 maps. Going to play 3 in Storm Point and 3 in World's Edge. That is the format. That is the system. Now, with all those 6 games, the highest score is going to be the winner of the night, but they will also be fighting to get up on the actual standings, and we'll showcase the standings in a second. But every team will be able to play in 10 qualifiers, and then we'll see who is the best team, who's performed the best after 10 qualifier events. All right, but tonight you're going to see teams battle and try to score points through placement. As you can see here, first place gets 12, second place gets 9, and so on and so on. Then there's elimination points, 1 point per elimination. That is the format, and that is the setup. Pretty simple, pretty basic, pretty easy to follow. If you want to keep up with the leaderboards or the standings, you can go to madgamer.com/CBL, and in there you're going to see the amazing teams competing today. Okay, so only 6 games today, 3 in Storm Point and 3 in World's Edge. That is all we're having. It should be a very simple but very critical day when it comes to combat. And now we're going to take a quick look into the standings right now. If you just look at the standings, you're talking about top tier teams already on top of the leaderboards, putting in the work necessary. You're looking at Adala Esports at number 1. They played 2 events. Understand, some of these teams only played 1 event. That means that they still have a chance to come back. If you have not played in any of these events, guess what? You're going to be able to play as many games as everybody else has. Only 10 games per team. That is all each team will have. So at the moment, Adala has played in both events, and they have 122. That looks like a lot, but if you play and you start scoring, you can get on these leaderboards and climb up the charts. All right, it's not going to just be the top 20 teams that make it into the playoffs. We will have a lot more, and we got it going on right now. Hope you guys are enjoying the start of this event. It's going to be a blast, and I'm so excited. So stay tuned with us. We're about to get things rolling in just a minute. We're going to open up the lobbies right now, for the actual players and then get this ball rolling for everybody who's looking to compete and looking to showcase their skills and their passion. As much as I love this game, I've actually loved seeing the top tier teams and performers continuously play and do their job. So stick with us and get yourself involved as well. We're going to showcase the overview and give you guys a second to get ready to get started. So lock in. It's going down in just a few minutes. We're opening up the lobby, and I got a lot to talk about. We got some special guests to introduce in a minute, so stay tuned with us right here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, super excited about today. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. I hope you guys are enjoying the hype train that is happening right now. Everybody on the Discord is going wild, and I like that. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. If you have questions, go head to the Discord. That's where you can talk to me directly for this live stream. If you have questions, we're here to present the actual tournament. So if you have questions, go to the Discord. We have some mods that can answer your questions about anything you have for these events and things of that nature. Other than that, will we be focusing on the actual tournament and giving everybody updates on the rules, regulations, setups, and format going forward. But if you're watching the live stream now on whatever platform we are on, you can head to the Discord and go ahead and have a chat with our mods over there, figure out what's going on for you. With that out of the way, man, oh man, like I said, you're looking at the qualifier overview. All right, very simple. It's open to the public. Everybody can sign up. Each team has a chance to play 10 qualifiers. And we'll have events this month, next month, and the next month after that. All qualifiers for you guys to sign up and to try to score as much points as you can with placement and eliminations. Those placement and eliminations will be added up, all 10 events. And then we will see who is the top dogs, and they will qualify for our playoffs. That is this format, that is the system, and that is how it works. And it's pretty simple and pretty basic. So lock in and get with us. We're about to get this started. That out of the way, I'm going to be introducing some new co-hosts for this stream. We're going to have something special going on right now, and it is going to get very, very interesting because they are some really cool guys. I know them for the previous year playing in our tournaments, and today they get to be co-hosts. So we're going to surprise them jumping into the voice chat and getting into some discussions right before we start the actual tournament, just to introduce these guys going forward. I'm going to interrupt their conversation and kind of make sure we bring them up. Before I bring them up, I would like to give you guys a quick rundown on who they are and what they're about, and while I display the format so you guys can see what we're going to be getting into. So today we have, from the Raven Clan, the founder, the owner. We're going to call him Spotlight tonight. Are you there, sir?
Yo, what's up, everybody? How's it going?
What's up? What's up? They love you. They appreciate you. I know we had a lot of fans watching and cheering for you guys throughout the tournament. So it's actually really good to have you as a host. So thank you so much for coming, buddy.
Yes, it's a really pleasure to be here. I'm really excited to cast some Apex competitive gameplay today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And speaking of competitive, we have a player. We talk about a player who just came off of the ALGS. He was on the second round. He got pretty far in there, and that's not easy to even play in the ALGS at all. But we did have him, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I would like to introduce Itachi from the Raven Clan. You there, buddy?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, man? How we feeling? You ready to give us some of your tips and tricks on everything that you've been doing in the Apex competitive scene?
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how people play. I'm really intrigued to see really smart plays as well. Gotta be a good variety.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting for me personally, seeing a lot of new teams come on board and jump in the mix for us as we go forward. It should be very exciting stuff. So it's a lot going on. I don't know if you guys got to see the standings yet on what we have so far. I'm going to break it down for you specifically, and maybe you can pull it up going through our Discord. Basically, we only had 2 events so far, and not everybody has played in these events, but there are some teams who are some decent points because they played in both 2 events. And it's an interesting format, and I just want to get your thoughts and opinions on it. Each team will get the chance to play 10 games if they can. Now, it's going to be probably 20 to 30 games in total. You can sign up and try to get yourself in within those. You play after you play 10, you cannot play anymore, and those 10 will be your scores for you to make it or not. If you have the top scores, you will make it into the playoffs. If you don't, then we will end up eliminating you. So if you want to give me your thoughts on that and opinion, Spotlight.
So what I really like about this format that you're doing, I really like it a lot because you're gonna have a lot of teams come in here, come in with set strategies and everything. But then it's not gonna be the same thing every single week. You might have a really bad day going on, and then you're gonna have to come in with adjustments, and then it might not even be enough the next week. So teams are always gonna have to constantly adjust. I might even have to play styles that they're not even used to, just to catch up on the leaderboard. Since you have to always get as much points as you can to get ahead of the competition.
Yeah, I got you. And Itachi, as a player, what do you see your thoughts in general if you're gonna look at the leaderboard and you're gonna be in these, right? So if you are thinking about how do I score as much without doing something stupid, right, and rushing into every single fight without having a plan, what is the ultimate goal here as a player? What is your for 10 games? What is the strategy in your mind of how to try to win this, at least to be in the top 10, top 20?
Honestly, in my opinion, it mainly comes down to position, because you can have people on high ground and then people on low ground who can both battle out, but in my opinion, it's always going to be the high ground that wins. But yeah, mainly, I honestly like to go for placement. There's teams that like to go constantly for kills to help rack up them points. They do help, but like I said before, it mainly comes down to position.
Right. And Spotlight, did you get to look at the standings real quick?
I was not able to see the standings.
You guys can't see it right now? It would be nice just to talk about it for a second and just give some thoughts on what we might see tonight with these players, because basically some teams that are going to be coming back, some teams that are not going to be in today's event, and it'll be the back and forth swaying of points for the first couple events. And this is the best part about it, is you're going to see excitement within the standings. The leaderboards will predict the standings going forward and overall the setup. And I'm going to go ahead and display the standings here and just point out a couple of teams, and you tell me your thoughts when I share which team. You tell me what do you think they're going to be able to do for this. And going forward, you have Adala, who's the top number 1 right now. They did play 2 games, so they have the lead on that sense. And then, of course, you have C2N coming in with 95 after 2 games. You have Gang with 71 points, High Peak. And these are guys that we've known for a while now. They've been around. So these are some of the top 5, top 10 teams, as well as Outlaws, who played only 1 event and scored 38 points. And somebody might know a little bit about Outlaws. If you could just tell me a little bit about these teams, take a second and give me your thoughts, guys.
So I'll go ahead and come in with Odala. I actually know the owner of that organization pretty well, Matt, and he has a really solid group of players. I know they're definitely going to be a force to reckon with moving forward in these qualifiers. They're always working diligently. They're always, capitalizing on their mistakes, and they showcase that on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. So, they're really going to be, a hard team to deal with. I'm still got to get used to a lot more of the other teams, and I hope to see them come back week on week so we can get a little deep dive into them and learn more about their play styles. But I know that everyone on the top of these leaderboards have a really good understanding of their team chemistry and teamwork, and we're going to see a lot of good action from them. Itachi, I know you come from Outlaws personally as well, being from the same organization, so you can give us a little more in-depth look on your team.
With Outlaws, we've been together for 2 weeks, but just working on improving and honestly playing together a lot. We're just trying to build up that chemistry, and it's gone pretty decent as in game 1. But with other teams, like you said, Spotlight, it's really interesting to see how their team chemistry goes together, how much they play together. It's just really intriguing overall.
I got you. And if Spotlight, if you just give me a little more breakdown while I go ahead and try to prep for this event, trying to get players in the lobby, get everything set up. If you could just talk about in general your experience with the Core Battle League, your organization. We're going to feature a lot of teams and players in the future, so you're the first one on board, and I want to just hear your perspective as someone who's been playing in these for a while and competed in our basically finals and our majors. You've been a part of it all. Can you just give me some thoughts and opinions in general?
So our experience here in CBL honestly has been nothing but great. We came into this organization when I started this organization about 8-9 months ago now, almost coming up on a year. Everything was fresh for me. I didn't know where to, really start everything, how to put my feet down, get myself into the scene, and then that's when I came across you guys. And then, ever since its creation, it's just been, like I said, nothing but great. Everything has been hosted, really formally. Everything has been nothing less than, really competitive, and it's been really high tier broadcasting, and with the leaderboards and its players and how it's handled. And I just really love this community a lot. It really brings great vibes, and I think it's a really good starting point for any esports team, just competitive players in Apex, anybody that really wants to grow and become better players. You come here every week, you have other teams that that are just as serious, and it's just a really good place overall if you have that serious mindset. I know that there's a lot of stuff that you can learn from each other. There's a lot of stuff you can build on, for practice that you can get in ranked in pubs when you play Apex. And yeah, there's just a lot. Itachi, if you want to go ahead and give a little bit of insight as well. I know you've been here just as long with me.
Yeah, honestly, CBL and overall, great place to start, as you've mentioned. As a player as well, I highly recommend it. It's a great place to start, even to get a base of feeling what competitive feels like. You get to learn how other players get to play. As personally, I have, when I first started out, wasn't the best, I'll admit that. And then I got to learn how other teams played and then slightly adapt to it, and it's helped overall within gameplay. So as you said, Spot, as well, it's honestly a great place to start in my opinion.
So yeah, that's pretty much like our experience here in CBL. And like I said, I welcome anybody else that has a really competitive mindset to come join us week to week. Us here in Raven, we're really big supporters of this community, and we're always looking to meet a lot of you guys. And it would be cool to build a really cool following with each other here in this community, and grow with each other. So that's our insights, Mag. And yeah, that's pretty much what I got for that.
Right. So guys, we're less than 10 minutes away, and we're about to get started soon. I just want to take a quick second to showcase myself on the studio floor here live, and just say thank you for everybody that's watching, everybody that's following, subscribing. If you can share this, also, this is for the community. These guys are talking about their experience. I appreciate them coming on board. None of this is scripted. As a matter of fact, they didn't know they were going to be here until today, and we just brought them in. We wanted to have them on board because we want to start featuring the players and the teams. Brand new teams is perfectly fine, as long as you're able to just engage in these conversations, and I'll try to help you along the way. We're going to go forward, maybe build some new casters, become pro casters in the future. Who knows how it all plays out, but it is for you. This is all for you. Understand, I work really hard to do this, but without the players, without these guys all jumping on board, this would be nothing. So I just want to take a second to thank you guys. In less than 10 minutes, the matches will be beginning, so stay tuned. We're gonna get rolling in just a second. I hope you guys are very hyped. We'll be right back shortly after this quick break. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in effect. Thank you so much for tuning in. It has been a wild start for today. We got the pre-show, which is just now. We just had it. And the games are going to start right away. We are actually ready to go. It is beginning very shortly. So get ready and get going. It's going to be super fun for me to see all the brand new teams. That's one thing I personally really love, is seeing new teams come and show face and prove that they are worthy assets to the esports scene. Okay, no pressure, maybe a little pressure, but it's going down. It should be a fun one, and I'm very excited about it. So I hope you guys are too. We're just getting rolling in just a second today, so your support is appreciated here. So make sure you like, subscribe, and do all that fancy stuff. Keep us rolling. If we want to take this further in the future and build a whole new movement for you guys, so your support is going to be appreciated. People were just asking me, can you do a subscriber only tournament? I've never thought of that, to do one of those, and I don't know if we will ever do that. But again, these are open to the public. You're free to sign up through our Discord. Just make sure you show up on time so that you can be able to be a part of it. All right. For everybody else, if you're just watching today, hey man, let's have a good night. It's going to be a fun time. These teams are ready to roll, and I'm actually very ready to roll myself. I'm going to be bringing in our guests right now and getting these games started in just a second, and it should be fun times. Before we do, let's go ahead and take a look at these brand new leaderboards. So as you can see right here, these are the teams that are going to be playing today, and I hope you guys are excited to see what is going on from here. Now let's invite the two guests of mine. We're going to invite them. Hopefully they can open up the leaderboards and they can see what teams we have, and we can talk about it and get into some detail about what's happening. We have less than a couple minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes away from the start of the tournament, and we're just getting started. It's going to be 6 games today, 3 in Storm Point, 3 in World's Edge, and there's a lot to talk about that, which we will get into in just a second. But talking about these leaderboards, everybody's watching them, and I am going to also be sharing these visuals with the Ride or Die team that I have today as they get on board with what we got going on. So the leaderboards are pretty interesting. There's a lot of new teams. Of course, everybody has 0 to start off with, but you're looking at the teams that are coming back: Goons, Xbox, Reapers, Horizon, KOD, Aces are back. Adala's here to try to continue their reign, and Gang, C2N. These are all teams that have competed in a previous qualifier and looking to continue their scores. But what I like is that we have all new teams. The rest of these guys are pretty much all new teams, and it's gonna get pretty interesting to say the least. I hope you guys, Tachi and Spotlight, can see my stream share here that we just opened up, and you guys are welcome to talk about these teams. Who are you watching and what are you predicting right before we start this matchup?
I gotta take a second here to see if I can get this broadcast going. It looks like we have a lot of returning teams that I've seen before. Obviously, you mentioned you have Adala coming back. I have seen C2N, as they are in second place in the standings. Phantom Troop, who is a new team coming in, they seem a little bit promising. I was able to talk to a couple of their players, and just everybody here looks like they're ready to go today.
Right. Now, what team that you know of, besides Adala being the top of the leaderboards, that you would talk about here that you can give us some insight on? And even your team, if you want to talk about some insight on them, maybe something new that happened, a new roster, possibly a new strategy. Give us some thoughts on that.
So unfortunately, there's not a lot of teams that I am not knowing but you know, I am gonna take a lot of effort to, you know, really get into some deep dives. Sorry, excuse me, deep dives for a lot of these teams, get to know them a lot more. But when it comes to our own team, you know, we're just constantly going through roster changes. Reapers have had the same roster for about the whole year, so you know, you guys are going to be seeing them, a lot of familiar faces, and all the other teams are currently in the work. So you know, once we get all that together, you guys will have a lot more information on who our players are and everything.
Right. Cool. Sounds good. We are actually about to start these matches up. I'm very excited. I think there's going to be some surprise teams here, some special teams. For anybody watching who has tried to sign up for today's event, I'll just like to say we've had over 5 teams try to sign up for today's event. It's only a 20-team lobby. We're willing to open up a second lobby and try to run that with another group that will help us keep score and do things like that. And happy to set that up. But we also have tournaments all week, every week. All right. So we have one on Thursday and another one on next Sunday. So you got 2 events for this week coming up, and you're welcome to jump on board and get involved with us as we go forward. With all that out of the way, I'd like to talk about a few things. First and foremost, oh man, it's the first game. You know, what are your thoughts? Where you want to drop and you're playing on World's Edge first. Secondly, what are you looking for? What is your move when it comes to rotating and looting as we start this game in just a second? It's about to begin.
I'll go ahead and pass this to Itachi. Itachi, if you want to give a little insight on that.
Personally, for my team, we like to find roughly an open space so you can get to take Skyhook for an example. You've got trowels next to it that you can rotate into. You've got, once this loads, we've got camp down next to it. You can also rotate round to lava or even survey camp. That's where I would personally go, in my opinion, because you've got, even if a team landed Skyhook with you, you can split it half and half. You can loot half of it, then rotate trials if you're on that side, or the other half and rotate survey camp. It just depends on how your team feels today.
Definitely. And I feel really good about this event right now. We're watching right now C2N, and these guys are actually right up there on the standings. All right, so everybody that doesn't see the standings at the moment, they're in second place on the standings. Of course, they got to play 2 games, but guess what? Just because you haven't played 2 games yet, you still have a chance. You can play 10 games starting to next week. Start playing in each event and then end up getting in and trying to score as much points as they are. But they are currently in second place, so we're going to see what they can do today. It should be interesting to see if they can perform well like they did on the first events. And right now they're looking good, picking up loot, and it looks like they're going to be holding this ground here. They have a lot of great terrain to basically control and rotate deeper into the ring. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a quick overview so you guys can see the actual overview of the map. It looks like it's closing out on the southeast of the map, which could get very interesting. As we all know, Fragment's a lot of fun, but it might not end there, and it could end up on the opposite side and do something totally different, which could be exciting. Something I personally love is when it closes out next to Lava City. You can see some interesting fights over there, but today we shall see how it all goes from now on. And we're going to rotate back and try to get into some more teams who are in the top 5. Speaking of top 5, let's go ahead and rotate over to Team Gang. These guys are top tier. We know who they were. They were called 10 Kings, and now they changed their name to the Gang. And that right there, with a lot of points on the standings, with 71 points, they're coming back with a vengeance. And I'm sure Team Raven has faced these guys. What are your thoughts on them?
So Team Gang, before they, you know, renamed themselves, they're actually a strong competitors. Their leader, I've seen him in CBL multiple times. He has a really strong personality, and I know he takes this game really serious. And every week that he shows up, he's always putting some strong outings.
Right. Definitely. And I feel really good about the way they are extremely aggressive in their play. They do not just sit around and wait. Now, sitting around and waiting is just as good, right? The smart teams, I'll give a shout out to TSM. They're not paying me to say that, but TSM, one thing that I've been seeing them do a lot lately is actually find a position, rotate early, find the best position that they can, and just wait it out and let the fight come to them, and then they destroy. And then you'll see that they'll end up doing great. Of course, they're great players, so it's easier to do that, to hold a great position. But I love that strategy, as well as something that you'll see from Gang, which will be a little more aggressive and pushing teams as much as they possibly can. So we're going to see how that plays out for them. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look into some actual action right now. Looking like Cyber Grizzlies in the middle of a fight right now, down 2 players, and they're looking to survive. Popping off some shots with that R301. Great shots there. Not sure that's enough. They got to be very careful here. It's one player trying to survive this situation and revive his teammates. He is getting triple teamed right now, so he's gonna have to back out all the way out of there, and gets eliminated as we speak. And that right there was great stuff to start off this tournament. 2 teams already down in that scenario, so super interesting. And speaking of scenario, we're looking at space boats. All right, I didn't know that was a thing. The space boats exist, but it does today. And these guys actually played in our last tournament. They're in 16th place in the standings, so they have some points on the board from last week, and they're going to be able to add on a little flavor to the mix as we see them here rocking the Rampage. How do we feel about the Rampage?
The Rampage has been a hit or miss with me this season. It either really hits its shots, or I'm firing at somebody and it's gonna miss all of them. But as a whole in Apex, it seems like a lot of players have been really dissatisfied with the Rampage. Atachi, how do you feel about it?
Rampage, it can be good in certain situations, and in others it can just, in my opinion, completely suck. Because you have a thermite and you can absolutely kill an entire team and rip down doors that I find a bit overpowered. But it depends in set situations on how you're going to use it. And even a non-charged Rampage, it can open a door just by shooting the handle. It's just things like that that make it controversial.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I love the Rampage. I like having fun with weapons. That's all I'm about. If I could have fun with it, I'll use it. Since I'm not in the competitive scene, I go out there and just try to show off a little, do something crazy. With the Rampage, you can get in there, charge it up, and just go bananas, breaking a door down, smashing somebody real quick. That's the fun side of it, but it's actually very well used. You can suppress fire very well with. There's a lot of different strategies to use with that. Personally, I really like it. These new weapons can change the meta a bit. Sometimes they help enhance the meta a bit. Sometimes they're not as relevant, and could get interesting seeing what's next, because the new season is actually coming out. I want to talk about that in a little bit, but yeah, we got a lot of stuff going on the board with a couple of teams. We're gonna go ahead and look around right now. It looks like Vidya boys are currently in the ring. They were in a fight and they ended up chasing down a team, pushing them out, but now they're just trying to survive the ring and get in before they get pushed and have a choke point. And one of these type of situations, it's a desperate situation where you don't want to die in the ring, but you don't want to get choke point, and you got to rotate around. What are your ideas, and basically what is the best strategy to get out of this while not suffering getting a choke point?
So I think the very obvious choice here, as you see in most of the comps today now, are having Valkyrie included. You would just, would get your safe spot if you feel like you're going to be in a bad situation pretty soon. You're going to try and predict that ahead of time, and then as soon as those requirements come up, you just hit your Valk, get your team together, and rotate out of there. It's been really strong this season, and I think it's going to be strong for more seasons coming up. What do you think, Itachi?
Honestly, going back on what you said about Valks, in my opinion, is completely vital. Because as you said, if you're stuck even in the ring, in an awkward spot with like two teams pinning you down, you can just find a safe spot, Valk ult, and get a better angle on them, or even fully escape them. But there's always, in my opinion, there's a lot of hype around Valk because she's always in the comp teams, most of them anyway.
Yeah,
And
because
she's just a
they have
vital
taste like me.
character.
That's why. All right, Valk is one of my top 3 favorite legends. The moment she came out, I couldn't stop playing her. I just kept on, and I loved her so much. And I just think she's fun. But on a competitive scene, she'll keep you, just like you guys were saying, she'll keep you alive. You have that escape from jail, that, what is it called, a getaway free card, you know, jail free card that you can escape from any situation as long as you have that Gibby bubble or you have at least cover to get out of there. Players are learning how to shoot down Valks as much as possible. It's been a good thing I've been seeing from some pro players. They're really focusing on lasering the Valk to try to put the team down. And one of the strategies that people are doing is separating as fast as possible. The moment you get up, separate. That way, if they do take Valk out, your whole team doesn't go down and you can continue your reign from there. So super interesting stuff. And speaking of interesting, we're watching a fight right now by a new team here called HPE, which is the High Peak Esports. But this is a new team called Dent, and they're currently rotating. They were in a little bit of a fight there, but I guess both teams stepped off and they didn't want the trouble. So now they're going to be rotating deeper into the ring. And if we take a second to talk about this ring and talk about the ending here, if we look at it, how it's going down south, I'm going to go ahead and showcase that right now. And we can just kind of look at it and talk about it. What is your opinion when it comes to this ring and the way it's ending here at Lava City, more or less? It's looking like that's going to be the zone, exactly what I called earlier.
So with this type of ring, especially ending in Lava City, you're going to see a lot of these teams take control of buildings. You know, it's going to be a lot of action, especially if the ring closes on that bottom right part of the map right there. And we're going to get a lot of high tense action. The teams that I feel like are on high ground are going to have a lot more control, while all the other teams on low ground are going to be a lot of the focused members. So yeah, we're just going to have a lot of hectic gameplay coming in here pretty soon as that ring closes. Atachi?
Yeah, with the ring with like this, the buildings are completely vital. There's going to be, as we will see later, we'll have teams holding buildings, and then people out in the open will get focused by all the teams in the buildings just to try and defend their spot. So buildings and high ground are completely key in this point.
Definitely, totally agree with that. And speaking of that, we already see people prepping for their situation. We're going to go ahead and showcase to you guys what we see going on here. HP Den is currently trying to hold this spot on the backside of Lava City, and this will be a fun, interesting fight here. We've seen the holiday game mode, the trains running through this area, so now they're going to be in that area, and it's not the best position, but they do have the high ground, so they're going to rotate back and try to keep that high ground. They're picking off a couple of shots. Sometimes you're shooting just to intimidate teams, to farm some damage, and to do a lot of things in that way so that you can continue to build, and then also just showcase, hey man, back off. And I love that when a team is able to hold their position, and we'll see what HP does here. They have the best position at the moment before this ring closes on round 3 when it comes to looking like where the ring will end. And of course, these are hard to predict, and I'm not sure how much you guys studied the rings and how they close. Have you guys given any study to that so far yet, or is that not in the game plan yet?
So I've been actively, trying to, study rings and predicting, but that's a really big advantage you can get down if you really know it. But I've been relying mostly on beacons to get that, advanced knowledge. Obviously, you're not always gonna have a beacon, so that's the whole point why we're studying in the first place. But yeah, that's a little something that I push for all teams that really want to play competitively, is to get, usually their IGL or another player on the team to really study these zones, because without beacon you can be really resourceful for your team and get yourself to that position that can ultimately win you the game.
Definitely, definitely. Speaking of that, I just want to pause it for a second. We're seeing C2N right now getting aggressive right here, about a choke point, in a beautiful choke point situation. They're going to be pushing a team back, and they're actually suppressing them very well, but they did a good job of getting them back. They didn't get no kills there, but that is a part of the game. Sometimes just suppressing a team, getting some damage in, getting your shields as high as possible before the end was really, really slick. And they're shooting at HP on the opposite side of the map, so could get interesting. We'll see how that one plays out. Again, the ring is closing closer and closer to Lava City, so it's definitely going to be an interesting fight at the end on seeing how this one unfolds. Personally, you know, like you guys said, the building is key, but with a caustic, it's even more special because that's when you can take over a building and really make it difficult for anybody to try to get in.
I definitely agree. You see a lot of these zone teams run caustic, or you know, a lot of these match point teams in the match point format run caustic. You know, they'll go ahead and get their spot, lock down the buildings, and you know, it makes it really hard for other teams to go ahead and contest them.
For sure, for sure. And right now we're still looking at C2N, but we're going to rotate around and check in to the busy team right now. Siren Vibes is back. If you guys don't know who these are, well, this is a mixture of 3 team captains coming together to try to build a brand new team called Siren Vibes. So originally we had a team called Siren, and now we had a team called Vibes as well. They combined together, and then they brought in Covert Ops, a player who's been with us for a long time and hasn't been around and has made his way back. He's moving up to Masters as well. He just told me that today, and I was interested, like, wow, you're coming back, let's see what you could do. And today we get to see him in action and watch Siren Vibes, a brand new team. Again, 3 captains from 3 different teams deciding to create the Transformers and uniting. This should be interesting. Envy, Eclipse, Silver, Platinum, and Covert Ops. We're going to see how this one plays out. They're holding a really great spot. They have the next ring in their possession. They have a great building with a Watson. We don't see Watson enough. That's just my opinion. She's a winner. She's a winner. That's all I know.
I love me some Watson in competitive gameplay. As you say, you know, you don't really see them a lot. And a fun fact, Eclipse here is well known for playing Watson in a lot of these CBL events. You know, she plays them really well. She knows how to use those fence really tactically, and then the ult always comes down when, you know, a Gibby ult is coming or any kind of nade attack comes in. And as you also commented on the team itself, you know, it seems like an all-star lineup here. Silver, Platinum, Covert Ops, really 2 great players. Valk player, really good. I've seen him pull some crazy movement with her. And then, you know, you got Platinum here with his amazing shots, really good accuracy. So, you know, I'm really excited to see what this team does today.
Totally agree. That'll be real crazy. We're going to rotate around because there is some action going on. There's only 8 teams left. This is where it gets intense. This is where the top teams can perform. And right now you're looking at $1. They're the ones with the highest scores. People want to take these guys out, all right? They had 2 chances. Not everybody has played in 2 qualifiers yet. And we just started this new system, so they have the lead for the moment. But once everybody plays 10 games, we'll see, 10 events, we'll see who becomes the true leaders. But they currently are at the top of the standings because they did play in 2 events and perform very well. So this is the team you want to pay attention to as far as performance goes. If they can do well, they're going to continue to try to reign #1 in the standings for the moment until another team comes on board and challenges that. And I believe there will be plenty of contenders.
Apologies. So yeah, we've got 2 teams fighting for a key high ground over other teams, but they're at the edge and getting shot at by a 3rd party, and that's 3 captains. And we're looking like they're still ignoring the people at the buildings from the low ground, and we have their team kind of spread out as well.
Definitely. It's a tough situation right here. Can you, Itachi, if you could just break down as a player, what is your idea here? You're stuck in this corner. You're out in the open. You do have a Gibby. He does have his bubble if necessary, but what is your idea here? What do you want to do? Because there is no cover at all in this last ring. It's just open field for everybody.
Honestly, if I was in this situation, I would try and rush to any cover you can find. Even if you can break the line of sights from one team, you can shoot at another and hopefully get an angle. But if you can't find any cover, you need to run, or even use that Gibby bubble and in the Valkyrie to rotate around.
Definitely, and beautiful stuff happening right now as we speak. It's looking like Adala is scoring big time as usual, continuing their reign, putting in work. They have 12 kills in this game right this very moment. That is insane, and these guys are really top tier performances non-stop. And man, oh man, big props and respect to them. There's only 5 teams left. We're about to get started with this next round. The 6th and final is coming up shortly, so we're gonna see how this one plays out. They're gonna be pushing around. Again, this is a very difficult ring if you don't have a Gibby, and this is those decisions where most teams will have a Gibby because they understand that they might get caught out in the open, and that's what is going to happen now. And look at this, a Valkyrie dropped, and they all surrounded by Adala's looking from above, able to suppress them a little bit. Beautiful stuff, and eliminating another team. I'm telling you, these guys are on fire right now with 13 kills, and there's only 2 more teams left. And actually, make that 1 more team left. Adala is dominating in great fashion. What a performance. Can you believe it? Look at these shots being rained off, and this is it. The last team is down to their last player, and it's about to get done right now with the final fight. There it is, Adala taking game number 1, and man, oh man, what a dominant performance. I can't even begin to tell you. These guys scored 17 eliminations. Never mind getting first place overall. Can you believe it? What you just saw. Somebody needs to sign these guys and take them to the ALGS to see what they can do in there. But man, oh man, that was an incredible start of the tournament. We'd like to thank everybody who has come on board, and I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am, because I know I am right now. We're gonna take a quick look at the replay to see what just went on in that last situation. You saw Adala basically clearing out teams every chance they could, coming in for a third-party push, trying to hit people while they were dropping from a Valkyrie ult. Just so much going on with them, and doing a good job overall. I love what I saw for them. If you could just speak on what you saw from Adala here in the finale.
So yeah, as you guys were saying, they were putting on a really dominant performance. They were stuck here at the edge of the ring. You know, there was not a lot of cover. We were talking about how, you know, this was going to be really hectic if they let too many teams come in here and, you know, get a little comfortable. So this team came in dominant fashion. You know, they came to the high ground. They were taking out anybody that was, you know, really secure. And, you know, it was a really bad position for everybody, but they made a really comfortable one for themselves. You know, they cleared that backside. No one was coming from behind them. And then the rest was history. You know, everybody was on the bottom part of this hill while they had height. And anybody that came up, they took care of them quickly and with no mercy. So that's probably why they got the win here from what I think happened. And yeah, that's pretty much the result in the end. You know, first place, a lot of KP, and that's really going to boost them for the rest of this tournament.
Definitely big stuff. Talk about championship caliber start right there. That is the beginning of our tournament's only game number 1, and already asserting themselves. Adala just being disrespectfully great, and you gotta love it. For me as a host, all I care about is great performances, a great viewership for you guys, and then showcasing all of these players and teams and doing what I do. That was insane. Just top tier performance, and man, oh man, it is only the beginning. We are just getting started. I'm grateful to have 2 co-hosts. You're listening to the 2 Raven members. One of them is the founder named Spotlight, and then we have Itachi, a player who's actually just finished playing in the ALGS in the second rounds yesterday. So it's an honor to have him and to have Spotlight as well. And we're gonna just talk about these leaderboards. You got a couple minutes right before the next game starts, so it's gonna get started in just a second. But I want to talk about the format and explain it one more time so that everybody can know exactly what we have going on here as we go forward. So the format: Pretty simple, pretty basic. Tonight, you're playing 6 games. Highest points wins the day, but it's not about the day because this is a qualifier and you get to play in 10 and your points will be added up to see who's top of the leaderboards, the standings, and see who can make it into the playoffs. But before that, these 6 games will be played with placement and eliminations. We'll see who's the top dog from there, and then we'll go into the playoffs in the near future in about a month and a half from now. We'll talk about the exact dates and information a little later, but today you're going to see 6 games. You just saw one. We got 5 more to go. First one was incredible for Adala, scoring huge numbers. I'm talking about, man, oh man, that was ridiculous, honestly speaking. And we'll see what they can do on this next game as we go forward. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboards right this very second. I believe they're up to date because our actual leaderboard manager, See the One You Envy, is very fast and efficient. And as you can see right here, Adala has 29 in the first game. That is humongous. And then right beneath them, you see HP, Den, and Everest with 16 and 14. So they're right there. And those are 2 separate teams. There is a new thing that I'm going to be announcing shortly that I have not announced, and I'm going to make it public right now before I put it on the Discord. We're going to start making it so that only 1 team or maybe 2 can play per event. And we have a lot of teams and we encourage teams to build their organization, but we feel that there's so many new players trying to get into these tournaments, and we want to basically make it so that 2 teams can play per event. So today, for example, we'll only have 2 of the events, and then the next event, the other teams can play, and it'll be something like that where it's going to help allow other players to get involved as well. That's just something that we're going to do. And I know Raven and HP and Adala, there's so many teams now building new teams, and the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make sure everyone is welcome here. All the new players, you're welcome here as well. So I'll officially announce it tomorrow and give the details on that, but basically I just want to make it a little more fair for everybody to get in on these tournaments, because I do feel like, for example, today we had over 30, almost 40 teams wanting to play, and we have a lot of secondary teams within that brand. So it's just something to point out and to describe. But man, exciting stuff to start off with. HP, which is High Peak Esports, they are currently right there in the top 3. Then you have C2N at 9 points, and check this out, the team that's new, 3 captains coming together, an all-star team, Siren Vibes. That's a good energy right there. I like that energy. That's something special right there. And we're going to see what's going on. We got Gang at 6th place. It's a pretty interesting start to these tournaments, and we're going to be getting into game number 2 in just a few minutes, very quickly. So stick around. We'll be right back in just a second. Hey guys, All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're about to get started on game number 2. So far, it's been pretty wild out there for the top teams just going insane. And these other teams are doing well as well. Don't fall asleep on teams that don't have double digits. Understand, scoring a few points is the starting point. It's the first game of the day. You're feeling it out. You're trying to figure out what's going on. And that is perfectly fine. And that is exactly how it all begins. From there, sometimes these teams will step it up and put in the work necessary. So make sure you don't give up as a player, and also as a viewer. You might end up seeing something crazy. So check it out. Who knows? We're gonna get started in just a second. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I would like to just give a big shout out to everybody in the chat. A lot of new followers, a lot of new subscribers and viewers. We are streaming on so many platforms, and I got to probably partner up with one. But at the moment, we are live on over 30 platforms, from Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, so much more. And I do it just for the exposure, kind of connecting with a lot of different people. We can't keep track of every single chat. You're going to see a lot of Twitch and YouTube maybe, but that'll be it. So far, so good with doing that, but we're going to be building as we go forward from here, and your support is needed. So anybody that did follow, like, and subscribe, we appreciate it. We want to keep on trying to interact with the crew. We're going to do polls and so much more. Understand this is basically a one-man job with the help of C1UAV, who does the scores. Outside of that, it's pretty much me. I'm lucky enough today to have my co-hosts who are about to take off. They've been doing an amazing job casting so far, and I like their teamwork. That's a dynamic duel right now. We're going to, keep that rolling and jump on board to the next scenario. So I hope you guys are enjoying that, and I am about to get this next game rolling. If you want to just talk Itachi and Spotlight about what you're seeing with these teams, the leaderboards, and the possibilities on what's next on this next game.
Currently, I'm seeing Adola in first place. They've played that really well. But overall, I'm seeing all the teams playing really well. Even in difficult set situations, most of them are getting out. But it's going to be really interesting for the next game to see how they adjust to what they've done, so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm seeing all the teams use their cover really well and making good times out of a difficult situation.
Definitely. I think we'll see how this next round plays out. I don't always believe in the same team winning every time. I honestly feel like teams get a rhythm and they'll catch up to the pace. Like when you play with top players, when you play with greatness, you have to be great, and you start to slowly get better as you perform. And we'll probably see some really interesting stuff as the time goes. And of course, people beating their chests when they take down the top teams that are currently performing very well in these events. Should be interesting to see how that all works out. But super exciting. So I hope everybody's just watching and enjoying it. We are officially going into game number 2 right now, and I am going to go ahead and showcase that at the very moment. Again, game number 2 starting right this minute. Should be exciting stuff to see who can bring the pain in this next game. And we're gonna go ahead and rotate around and take a quick look at an actual Raven team. We're gonna look at Team Horizon right now, and if we can get a quick profile, I think this is the best time to get the profiles on these actual teams from their very own founder. Spotlight, you there?
Don't think he is, but I can kind of take over.
Break it down.
Horizon's a relatively kind of new team that we've made, but no, for a team that's really new, they've done extremely well. But we've had people jump in and out. The rosters are always changing, so on and so forth. But in my opinion, from where I'm sitting, they're all getting better. They're all improving, and I'm gonna link this tournament, the scrims. It's all thanks to the scrims. So like I've said in the past, everyone who's watching, make sure if you're ever looking to come into competitive, a starting scene, make sure you hop on the Discord and bring a team. If you don't, there's a looking for group that you can find new people to build with.
And all that was totally unpaid for.
Definitely. So speaking of that, right now they dropped and they are far away from the ring. And one of these things are, there's some teams that kind of taking that strategy, and I like the strategy. I think it's pretty smart. You know, you don't have to be busy at the start of the event. You can go ahead and loot up, prepare for any type of fight, then rotate smartly, of course, into the ring, and then have it all set up. And one thing that I always used to do in my mindset was, if the ring is behind me, I have my back covered. I don't have to worry about getting flanked. And that's what some teams have been doing, and it's been interesting to see. And speaking about interesting, we're gonna rotate around into C2N, who is popping off a couple of shots. As you can see here, they've been spotting some teams and trying to get a little bit aggressive and being careful about it, because they're a little bit split up as well. As they were getting some loot, they spotted an enemy and shot him just a bit. And it looks like they're gonna group up and figure out what their game plan is in this scenario. Who knows how this one plays out for them, but man, oh man, they're in a great location. I love this area when it comes to some fights. We do have this on arenas as well, so it's a fun place to be. You can definitely loot up well and then prepare to go from there. And they're actually in the ring already, and we're gonna give it a quick look, see what the ring is looking like right now. As you can see, the scores, our leaderboard is on the side of this map that we have displayed for you guys, but as you can see, the ring is closing to the southwest, and that's going to be interesting, closing out in the staging area. That should be fun, and we'll see how that one plays out, as right now we're only going to be rotating around into these players and seeing what teams are doing at this very moment. And we want to just talk about some new teams coming on board with us to kind of give them a little bit of shine and show some respect, put some respect on their name. Phantom right here, Troop. This is a brand new team that I haven't heard of. I haven't seen. They came and signed up. We appreciate all new players coming on board, and we'll see what they got. I like their comp right now. Of course, you know, Maggie is somebody who I want to see more of, just to see what's going down. But we do have Ashe here, and the last two legends in the game. What do you got to say about Ashe?
So Ashe has been like a really big talk just recently, if a lot of you did not know. When it comes to Ashe and who plays Ashe, there has been some debate if she is a fragger type legend or if she's an IGL type legend. And when it comes to personal preference, I really think that maybe she is stronger to be an IGL type legend, because you know, you have her ult, which, you know, lets her to do her instant portal, a little bit like Wraith, but you know, it's only one way, an instant. So you know, the IGL, by having that really strong rotation ability, will be able to make a decision quicker than if you were to put it on that fragger. So, you know, once you relay the information, like, oh, hey, we got to get out of a bad spot, or hey, we got to push this team, I got it down, it'll be near instant for the IGL than, you know, having to tell someone, let them process that information with 1 or 2 seconds, which, as we know, seconds is really big in Apex Legends. So yeah, you know, I really think Ashe can be really strong in the right hands, and I think it would be better as an IGL type legend. Matachi, how would you think about Ashe?
I kind of agree with you on that, because, as you said, you can instant port without any process. So you can see a team pushing you, or if you're about to get sandwiched by 2 teams from each side, and you need to get from a place to safety or cover instantly. I would also counter as an entry fragger as well, because you can have her, if you get a knock from a distant team, you can instantly push off of that with Ashe's ult in the portal, and you can get off that knock, and you can even tether people. So it's, as you've Spot said, it's a bit controversial, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, for me personally, just a quick opinion on it, but basically for me, I love it when new legends come on board. I love it when they try to change the meta, you know, as far as this is a 3-year-old game, and it's still one of the best first-person shooters, but without the new content, it's not going to survive. And the fact that we get legends that we can use in competitive scene is important for me. I don't want to see Gibby, Bloodhound, and Wraith, you know, from the start of the original esports scene where you're just playing the same legends over and over. And we got lucky to get new legends and new metas that work well. For example, Valkyrie's become a staple now, in my opinion, as one of the premier people to have on your team. Not always necessary, but just a good thing to have. And there's a variety depending on what style your team plays. And that's something I personally really love about Apex. And that's what I got to give the developers credit for, because let's be honest, we get bored with games quick. And the fact that Apex has kept me, somebody who plays every single new game that comes out, I get sent games every day. I'm getting sent something free. So I'm literally testing out every game in the world. So it matters to me just to have some fun. And then the competitive scene to watch or to host, I get to see that as well. So super cool legend, and interesting how some people using her at the moment. And there's always balances and stuff that we can do and see from there. And we're going to rotate around and check out some action right now with FMB, who's trying to make a name for themselves at the moment. As you can see, their teammate is popping off a couple of shots, trying to heal up in the situation. They got to be very careful. Looks like Raven Horizon is right next door to them, and Aces as well. So Ace is popping off some shots trying to get in on the action. We're going to pay attention to Ace here, see what's going on, and we might have a little bit of a rivalry here. As you can see, Electric Team was a member of the Sirens team, I believe. So a little bit of a team split, and new team being brought together with Oven Man, who was an Ace player before, and now he's coming back with a new roster on board. So could get interesting. We'll see how this one plays out. And right now they're starting to try to rotate.
And I actually like this idea of them rotating out of that fight. And it also looks like they found another team right here in this choke point. They're putting some suppressing fire in right here. Hopefully they can get a knock, maybe make a push, depending on this Bloodhound scan that they just put through. Oh, they're getting hit by the charge rifle. Itachi, what do you think the next move should be right here for the team?
Honestly, it's all about timing as they're getting shot in the back. They'll have to, in my opinion, as they're rotating out with Ash, a beautiful, beautiful rotation. Because they had a team in the back and a team in the front. They got a near clean rotation out in the fight. That's exactly what I would have done. That was a nice Gibby ult to cover their back. And they're slowly rotating out. And next move, in my opinion, probably be to see if there's a third party anywhere.
Sure, and you see an Ace right here down a player. They got to be very careful. They're getting pushed pretty hard, bombardment on top of their head. Now they're going to have to try and survive this scenario with one of their teammates down in the fight, healing up, trying to prep and get prepared for this scenario. Let's see how that plays. What are you seeing here, Spotlight?
I'm seeing that they're getting stuck in a corner, but it seems like they're safe for now. I'm surprised that this other team isn't pushing them, but that's probably because they know that there's another team in the area. It's just all bad round situation here. I just don't like the fact that they're sitting here too long. And as you see now, they're rotating out of the fight. This team just needs to get out of the situation, you know, heal up and, you know, just get rotating. But as you see, they are eliminated, and that was probably because of their situation. So unfortunate for them.
100% there. And for me as a player, one of my favorite things is holding positions. You got to be able to be good enough to hold a position, and then your team has to stay active at all times, popping shots at anybody that's even close, anybody that pops their head your way, pushing them back. And we're seeing actually Raven Horizon taking that fight and cleaning up shop. And one of the best parts about wiping a team is like, let me get all your goodies. You know, they work so hard to get the loot, and you just steal it all from them. And so it's like a terrible, like a little bit of a evil side to us here when we get that loot and we feel good about it, you know, just stealing people's stuff. Unbelievable. And right now we're looking at them actually suppress right now and push a team back as well. So you like this aggression from Horizon, doing a good job. And Spotlight, I asked you earlier, you weren't here for it, but I was just curious if you can give us a profile on Horizon and give us your thoughts here on this team.
So Horizon is one of our underdog teams. They have been through the most changes recently. Originally, it started with me and two other former members doing Horizon, and we had a successful stint going into PBL. But after that was broken, and, you know, I became a full-time owner, and, you know, just pushing everything. I have RV and Sanchez, the IGL of this team, come in, you know, get these two other really good players, Rias and Dugo. And, you know, they've come together, they've been working on team chemistry, and, you know, they're really just trying to, you know, show that they can be just as dominant as all of these other teams that have been here for a little bit longer in our organization. So they're here today, showing you for the first time in their debut. And yeah, their goal today is just, you know, really show you what they can do.
I don't know, Spotlight. This feels kind of like a paid advertisement right now. The way that they just eliminated two teams in a row while we were talking about them, kind of crazy right now. And right now they're getting attacked perfectly, and they're going to try to survive. And a great Maggie ult right now to speed their way out of that fight. That was really, really smart and tactical. And that's the type of plays, like I said, with these new legends, different metas, different play styles, could get interesting, change up the game a bit. Is Maggie the, you know, best legend? I don't think so, but is she useful? Yes, if you figure out her patterns and figure out what can work for you as far as tactics. So right now, Horizon pushing a team back while they're getting pushed from behind as well. So they kind of in one of these sandwich situations. If they can take out the team in front of them, they can hold that spot and get deeper into the ring in this scenario. So it's gonna get interesting just watching these guys and see what they got going on. There's 8 teams left though, so be very careful to see what is going down right now. And Horizon clearing their way, and they actually made it into this building safely somehow, and now they're sitting comfortable picking up this fight right now. What are you seeing here?
It looks like they're getting into another team. We already got an elimination, or maybe that was another team that had a knock prior. Looks like they're gonna try and clean up this building here, probably take position in here, and we'll see what they do from here, Itachi.
Yeah, they've got great positioning where they're currently at. But as we see, we're going into a fight. Gibby Bubble and the elimination of one team, and here's another team coming in with Horizon and Cracks. Great shield swap. Sadly, it's 2 against 1. But in playing is Bubble. And oh, great fights with using knockdown shields. Question is, it's a 1v1. And he can't get out the door. He got out the door. Now it's just it's just completely mayhem with a team shooting him outside and a team inside. But Willie clutches up, is the clear, and he clutches it up. Great play by Horizon.
What a strong showing.
I just want to pause everything and say I have never seen Horizon eliminate 3 teams in a row like this before. Am I alone?
Go ahead.
I'm speechless.
It's just because of strong showing from their entry. Fragurius right here. He did amazing plays. Obviously, they were up in that building. It seemed like they were fighting 1 or 2 teams, and it was just non-stop action. He lost most of his teammates, but thankfully, for that Gibby Bubble, he was able to make a really bad situation to the benefit of him. He played that door, almost got hit from behind, but again, he lived through that, came back, cleaned up, and that's really what saved his team right there. This guy is a really strong player when it comes to his basic mechanics, and as long as he has the support of his team, and as long as they do enough damage, he'll clean up any situation. So that was probably why they won that situation right there.
Yeah, performing very well. I got to give him super credit right there. That was amazing, and we've seen them perform well before, but that was just one after another scenario, and I just got to respect it in a whole different way. And talking about respect, we're going to rotate around and check out Siu. Somebody tell me how to say this name. S-I-U. What is going down right now? They are popping off, but they're getting hit just as hard. It's not looking good. Down to their last player. It's Adala one-on-one. And man, oh man, they're getting third party by Cyber Grizzlies in the mix also. So this is a 3-way threat right now. And Cyberbully doing a good job trying to suppress here, but they did not take advantage of the situation. They didn't know how many teams were out there. They could have cleared out 2 teams in a row here, but that was a good start for them, I would say. Getting really slick with a couple of eliminations in there. And now we're going to take a quick overview and see this situation on what is going down. As you can see, we have Team Raven right next door to Team Adala barely surviving. And then you have, of course, there's still a lot of great teams on the board right now. Xbots in the mix. CU, the team that we don't know much of, they're just starting out here. They got 3 kills. Again, Horizon has 11 eliminations. So does, guess who? Adala, but Adala gets eliminated as well. And now we're down to 4 teams. Space Boats, Xbots, Cyber Grizzly, and Horizon all in the mix. And we're gonna go ahead and take a quick look deeper into this fight right now as we go forward. Excuse me for the scenario here. And you can see Horizon right above on the building getting ready to make a push. And they got to be careful here, because once you commit, there's nothing left. And this is turning into the Horizon show, and this happens when a team is hot. This team is very hot right now. They're on fire, and I like to pay attention because you get to see the momentum and the way they picked up their plays and exactly what happens. And this is why the CBL sometimes will focus on one team if they're doing very well. As you can see right here, they suppress a team, made them get out of the building, and instead of jumping onto the building, they're rotating towards that team to suppress them as much as they can. That team is actually pushed into a second team, and right now they're clearing it up. Oh my goodness. Horizon is really on the rise right now, doing something special. They might be winning this game, guys. It's only 2 teams left, and they're actually both down to their last players. You can see right here, only 1 team alive, 1 player alive, and it's going to be a Horizon win guaranteed. There's no way they can lose this with only 1 player left on the opposite team. It's just them against the world. And man, chat, tell me what you're thinking about this performance here. First performance I've seen like this by Horizon that I'm so impressed by. And man, Raven Clan came in to be a guest, and they talked to their teammates and said, you better perform or you're fired. And today they're showing out right now. Horizon is spectacular. What a performance, man. Oh man. And they're just hanging out, and they don't even have to worry about this. Literally 1 player left. If they lose this, I will shave my eyebrows, folks. And I'm serious right now. Like, we're gonna make a bet, because they only got 1 player left on the opposite team, and it's 3 monsters. Okay, the Boogeymans are coming to get you, and they're just waiting, taking their time, not even worried.
I'm really surprised that they're not pushing in with this Bloodhound, you know, with his alt right there just sitting. They can easily just get the information that they need to know that there's
They've been trying to scan, they couldn't find the person, and they don't know how many people are out there, so they're taking their time. And here it is right here. They see them and they're beaming, trying to get this push going, and this is it right here, folks. Wow, what a performance by Horizon. Such a big game. They got me choking. How great that was. Unreal stuff by Horizon. This whole match was just non-stop for them, and they performed so good. That was just incredible. 14 eliminations and first place. Horizon is literally on the map. They are the map on that game right there. And we're gonna take a quick look, just a quick peek on the replay. It's gonna be a little bit boring here because it took them about 2 to 3 minutes to realize it wasn't a full team. They kept scanning different areas, as you can see, and they're looking for where the last team was. Little did they know it wasn't a team. It was 1 rat sitting out with some cheese, hoping he can survive the situation. And man, oh man, how hot on fire they were. There was no chance for this player in this scenario. And man, oh man, what a great, and I mean great, performance right here. And just a victory lap on this finale, on this last push. As you can see on the replay, they were just scanning and waiting to see if they could see this last team and trying to figure out where they were. And of course, we can see where every team is as we're casting, but these players are in game, so they can't see everything. But they did their job. They got it done. Talk about a great performance. That was a big game by Horizon, and man, impressive. And I just want to pass it down to the Horizon founder. Give us some thoughts on that.
So as I said prior to the last fight in the building, I think what really made this game so strong for them is that in their initial 50-50 fights, they won them. Every fight that they went to third party, it were really good situations to push in, as they weren't going to get thirded themselves. And then when they did get thirded on top of their third party, aka the fourth party, you know, they really turned that situation around and were able to live through it. And then, you know, in the end game there, you know, they were able to see that, you know, it was just a rat. It took them a little bit to figure it out, but once they did, they finished that really well, cleaned it up, and they got the win. I think moving forward in the tournament, they just got to keep up the pace, don't slow down, use this momentum to keep the team rolling, and then maybe they can, you know, start competing with the first and second place holders of the tournament going forward.
I agree. And man, oh man, I'm just impressed with that performance. And that's the type of stuff I love to see from all teams. I don't care who it is, but it's special when I get to see it from teams that I've known for a long time, that's been a part of our organization basically from the start. And a lot of these teams started off and created teams because of our tournaments, and then became a team and grew to be going from there. And it's always good to see anybody come up and just perform like that in a professional place where there's that good. And man, oh man, we're gonna talk about that good. Let's see that good score right this very minute to see who got what it is and what it isn't. Check it out. Adala performed very well as well. They actually ended up with about 11 eliminations right before they got eliminated on that last game. They're still in first place, killing it. You got to respect Adala Esports. Are doing a good job. And then on top of it, right next door, the team we just watched. It was like a featured presentation, a full movie that we just saw, from the underdogs coming out from the bottom to the top. Started from the bottom, now they're here. And Horizon is in second place with 27 points, dominating in that last game. And the momentum is important. You don't want to get too hot and too hot-headed and then end up dropping hot on a team and then causing your team to not score anything on the next game just because you feel like you're on fire. We'll see what they'll do on this next one, but it should be very interesting. And speaking of very interesting, right next door to them is High Peak Den, and they have 18 points right there. So that's the top 3 teams. You can see these leaderboards. We will be back in just a second with some more. We're gonna let you check these leaderboards, and then we're gonna get started in game number 3 in just a minute. Stay tuned.
Got it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. We are literally just getting started. It is not over yet. We're literally on into game number 3, and it was a crazy game number 2. I don't even know if it's game number 2 anymore. That was just baffling what I just saw. And the reasoning, for those that don't know, these tournaments have been being held almost a year now. I think next month maybe, or this month. I got to check our anniversary. I don't even know the date, but we just started last year, and we had ran event after event after event. We had qualifiers, we had the majors, we had the championships, and it was a great time. And then now we're starting up the new qualifiers, and we've seen Horizon perform before. Now they change up their composition and different things like that, but to see them dominate in that fashion, where it looked like a top tier pro team ready to win a championship level type of performance. So you gotta respect it. It's a little bit funny coincidence. The same day that I invite the founder of the Raven clan happens to have their team perform that good in one of the games, and we'll see if that continues. You know, if it does, then even better for us viewers. I know that there's other great teams on the board. Sometimes great teams get eliminated early, and then other teams have chances. So we'll see how that all goes. It should be very, very interesting. We still got a good night going for you guys. Still a lot of games left to be played, and I'm very excited. I've been enjoying this so far. And again, it's just getting started, and we have a lot of teams to go. For those that don't know what is going on, I'm going to go ahead and do the quick breakdown of the format. It's pretty simple. 6 games today. Highest scoring teams win the night, but there's some qualifier setups here. You get to play in 10 qualifiers. All your points will be accumulated, and we'll see where you stand at the end of the qualifier rounds. And then from there, the top teams will move on to the playoffs. But tonight, the 6 games that will be played are based off of placement and eliminations. That's how they're going to score and earn points. It's pretty simple, pretty basic, but man, oh man, it's exciting because we already showcased 2 great matches. First one from Adala, second one from Horizon, from the Raven clan. So the next game is coming up very shortly, and just give us some thoughts and opinions here. We have Itachi and Spotlight in the building. If you can break down what you saw from these teams, the leaderboards, as far as points goes, and when it comes to performances. I don't know if these guys are still here.
I'm here. As we saw from Horizon, they've, from their last game to this game, they've changed their play style. They've got more aggressive, and that's worked. With the teams, as you say, from Horizon, you can easily get up there. You just need a good game. So you can change your play style, focus up. All it takes is one game, and you're up there in the top 10. It's all about rebounding.
For sure. Rebounding. You talking about top 10. These guys are second place, dude. They're going crazy right now. And it's a special thing to see, just as a viewer and someone who's seen them perform for almost a year now. And they finally coming up into a new world right now, becoming one of the top teams for today and consistently. And they've performed well before, but that one game to me just was a special one. And now we're going into game number 3, a new slate. What do we have in store? Let's take a quick look at this leaderboard and talk about some teams that we haven't said much about. The Phantoms and Cyber Grizzlies are right there in 4th and 5th place coming on up. And of course, we've seen that all-star team uniting with the Siren Vibes, and they're in 6th place. Underneath them, you got Everest from the High Peak Esports, Space Boats, Xbots, and C2N right there in the top 10. Take a quick look and get ready, because game 3 is starting right now, and I hope y'all are excited as I am. If everybody in the chat, show some love. Tell me what team you're voting for. Maybe you're a player watching this. Tell me what team you feel will win this next one. And we want to do predictions in the future. We're going to do some fun stuff for the community and try to do some giveaways in the future so that you guys can enjoy yourself during the process and see what's going on. And right now, I'm interested. We know what top teams took the first 2 games, but going into game number 3, let's see what happens. The teams at the bottom of the bracket, it's not over for them. They still have a chance to score. They still have a chance to win. They still have a chance to take over because there's 4 more games. We're not even halfway through the night. It feels like that was a crazy game that we just saw, but it's just the beginning. It literally is just the beginning. So speaking of the beginning, we want to go ahead and go into game number 3. And I just want to point out this Team Gang, who was actually on top of the standings as one of the top teams. And today they are in 11th place. So guess what does that mean? That means we're possibly going to see them come out and perform very well. So it is very, very possible Team Gang might just make a move in this game, and it's got to be careful. Wow, there's about 4 teams right around their area, so they need to be careful on where they're dropping. And when you're dropping like this and you're dropping hot, what is your thinking and what is your game plan overall in this type of scenario here, guys?
I'll go ahead and let the player of our team, Itachi, go ahead and break this down, as he's in most of these situations himself.
For me personally, when it's hot drop, I mainly panic. But you've got to, as you're dropping, you've got to always look around for if teams are going near, or if teams are landing with you. Then you've got to like bunch up if there's teams with you. It's just, it can either go very good or very bad for either teams, depending on their position.
For sure, for sure. Me as a player, when I drop hot, I like to drop on some type of weapons, not like having to open up a crate or anything like that, because then I got my back turned and it's going to be a little more vulnerable for me. So speaking of vulnerable, right now, Gang is right there, ready to surprise attack, hitting some good shots with the R99. And they're going to back out of the situation for a second here. They're split up, their team. And they got to be very careful here because it's 1-on-3 at the moment with their team split up. They're going to regroup and do the right thing here and reset the scenario, luckily. And that's just the start of this, and actually picking up a car. One of my favorite new weapons. When it comes to new weapons, this thing lets you pick up 2 different ammo types. And I think when you first drop, if you can pick that up, you're lucky, because if you don't have ammo for one and you have it for another, you're good to go. In the beginning, it's very scarce. So just having a weapon like that, the versatility of ammo can be very useful. Now you got to get used to the recoil and the pattern of all of it, but still a good tool just as far as utility goes. And they're going to rotate deeper in, and we'll see how they play this. They did get away from that fight. I like when teams don't take fights early. I'm going to be honest, as a host, I'm going to be honest and say this. I prefer, and this is something I haven't done as a host, is people to drop in their designated locations, and then from there pick up everything that they need, and then we'll see strong fights at the end. All of this dropping hot stuff kind of kills the whole watching who can really dominate, because sometimes you catch a team and you end up picking up a purple shield with a R99 right off the bat and you're doing some crazy damage. So it's not as fair as watching it once someone already loots up and prepares for a fight. So for me personally, that's just my opinion, and I have never enforced that rule of picking your landing spots, but I like it. I'll admit it. I'll say it. I like it. I just prefer players to have the freedom to choose. So that's why we never try to put that as a rule officially, but it's always fun. So speaking of fun, we're going to take a look around. We're actually missing on some action right now. Siren Vibes trying to escape their Valkyrie down to their last little itty bitty bit of health, and they might get shot down here, using their emotes to survive the situation, somehow escaping and surviving this situation. Man, I'm sorry, Valkyrie is just incredible, and that was some luck right there by Covert Ops, but he did lose his 2 teammates, and he's gonna be dealing with a rat situation for the rest of the game unless he goes back in this scenario, what would you guys do here?
Personally, I would either slowly walk back up to see if you can get the banners, but what's mostly going to be likely is other teams going to stay there and banner camp. And if that's so, I would just get out of there. Go for edge of ring and just try and hide as much as you can. Go for that placement. And if you can find a big fight that's happening and say there's like 1 or 2 members of the team surviving, shoot them in the back. See if you can get any KP. But mainly just stay in hiding and go for that placement.
And I agree with that. It's never a good situation losing 2 of your teammates early, especially in the early game. So yeah, the best thing to do would be just to play as much position points as you can get, and once again to strengthen on his points. Again, try and get that KP as best as you can. Just salvage what you can, because it's already going to be a bad game moving forward.
Right. Speaking of KP, we're looking at Gang right now pushing. They got a caustic gas all over the place. They got a Gibby ready to drop his ultimate and a Valkyrie pushing this pace right now, and they chasing down a team, doing a good job here to suppress and then also hold their position as they go forward. And they're playing very strategic. You can see dropping the actual accelerator so that Caustic can have it, and they're playing very defensive here. I like these 2 defensive legends together. It's not an easy way to play because you lose some mobility, and there's a different legends that you can pick. For example, they don't have any true scanner. Yes, Valkyrie can scan through the sky if you get her up, but no true scanner, you know, no wall hacks, which is one of the staples of the game. That's why guys like Bloodhound's so amazing. But Gang showcasing defense as their main staple at the moment, and just holding this position right out in the open and wanting to keep it. So we'll see what they'll do here. This is interesting, the fact that they like this area and they're holding on to it for the moment, and they see another team from far. They don't want to push it, so they're going to just lean back and hold off. And I think they might actually Valkyrie out in a second if necessary and just get out of dodge, possibly from here. And that could always be a good strategy. You got to be very careful with it, but it is definitely possible. So good stuff happening right now by that team. We're going to take a quick spin around the block to see what's going on. 18 teams left right now, and it's kind of a calm, cool collective. People looting up, prepping for this grand finale, while some teams already lost some of their teammates and they're just trying to survive. So super interesting stuff. We're gonna go and rotate around and take a quick look at C2N, who's holding a position right now. They scan the beacon. They know where they need to go. They know what is going on for this next round. And it's always interesting for me when you go look at the ring and see where it all is going to be played at when it comes to the finale. Getting interested on the southeast once again, and not closing at the Lava City or anything like that, but pretty good location, and it could get very wild for some teams, as we see the harvest area will be one of the key components. Let's go ahead and take a look at some action as we speak.
Seems like a lot of these teams already have a lot of their positions, or they're rotating around the map without any kind of contest. So I think we'll see a lot of the action start coming in more towards the end game.
Definitely. We're looking at right now, second round, Team Ace trying to make a name for themselves. We're going to take a quick overview of the map and see what's going down right here. As you can see, closing out in harvest area. You're going to have a hard time trying to hold that position in this scenario. Let's take a quick look at Adala, because they're very busy right now trying to push and make a move right now against HP Den. And popping off some shots. They use their Ash to escape, but not getting too far. They got to be very careful with it. And wow, Adala getting super aggressive here, downing one of their players and pushing the pace. And you love that about Adala. They're super aggressive, very confident team. And this can cost you, but it can also give you great rewards. Without taking a risk, you cannot get rewarded. And look at the shots being popped off by their team captain, Matt. And they are getting Gibby ulted at the moment, so they got to be extremely careful with this scenario. And what do you guys think about this comp here? They do not have any scanners. They got a Wraith, a Valkyrie, which are very good movement. You know, Wraith has that tactical, and then Val can fly anywhere and vertically. So they have two ways to move. And then also they have Gibby as their defender for that bubble.
Well, I think this comp really reflects their team and who they are in general. They have this really aggressive play style. So as you said, they have two rotation characters, one for, you know, your get out of free card, or if they just need to rotate to a position. And then they have Wraith for more of their on ground rotations if they're in a bad spot, or if they need to make a safe push inwards or outwards. Also, again, without that scanner legend, they're not really too focused about, you know, predicting rings. They're just focused on, you know, fighting the best fight that to not get third party and end their game early. So I think this comp really reflects that.
For sure, for sure. And I'm gonna go ahead and check it out. We got 16 teams still. Second round is about to close out. So it's super early, but we're looking at Cyber Grizzlies popping off a couple of shots, trying to score some points here, but also probably push this team back and get away from the trouble before they get deeper in the water as they go forward.
It's great to see how the teams are mainly going for rotations and positioning. You see this team going up the hill, try and get into ring, dropping each other meds. They're mainly going for position, that's what I'm seeing. And they're seeing the Valkyrie going towards Harvester. So we've still got a decent amount of teams alive. They're all playing defensive, rotation, and it's great to see how every team's playing it a bit different round by round.
Speaking of Valkyrie, that Valkyrie was actually a rotation right behind the Cyber Grizzlies. So actually Cyber Grizzlies now have one team to each side. So they got to be very careful and decide where they're going to go and try to find some type of rotation to hold and stay in position. And at the moment, it's a tough task to ask to be out in the open. And I know that Gibby's great and all, but the moment you use that bubble and then people start raining down with grenades and they're using their, you know, artillery strikes, it can get very dangerous. So it's interesting to see what Cyber Grizzly does, if they can try to move in or they're just going to keep this position. One of the best things is to have that confidence and know that you can get out of jail free with the Valkyrie, but also you have Gibby to keep you alive. So that combination is really good. Personally, I always love a Gibby and Valk. Speaking of that, they're holding the high ground, popping off some shots right now, trying to get some work done. Let's see how this one plays out for them as they continue to show that aggression. Doing some really good shots, and they're actually popping off on Xbots. So these two teams pushing to get higher in the ranks. Cyber's at 5th. Xbox down below are at 10th. So if Xbox can eliminate them, it's going to give them a chance. And beautiful Thermite right inside and doing some heavy duty damage. You love to see it. Ain't nothing like a Thermite perfectly placed to a team who's camping inside.
And I'm really surprised that no other teams are coming in to at least take a peek at these two teams fighting. We have a lot of teams still alive, and we're going into Ring 4 here pretty soon. But I think they're making the good decision to just back out of this. You know, a third party could be coming at any moment.
Yeah, you gotta also keep in mind that with the high squad amount, as Spot said, the third parties are very likely, so you've got to keep it in a quick fight. You see, they're getting into a fight but are running down to cover, so they realize that with two teams sandwiching them, they're going to have to rotate out and try and be passive.
Totally agree with you there. That's something I always talk about, a 60-second rule. in my opinion, is very important. You want to be able to push a team, get rid of them in 60 seconds if you can, and then be ready for another team. That's what makes Battle Royale so interesting. It's not an easy one-on-one team versus team thing. You're battling multiple teams. And beautiful stuff going on right here. Cyber getting eliminated by Xbox. And guess what? Xbox is climbing the charts, folks. Cyber were in 5th place. Now Xbox possibly scoring enough to get up the ranks and move up enough in this situation. That KP is always helpful, but it also eliminates a team who's above you so that they can't score anymore, and you could try and catch up to what they're doing. So should be interesting to see what the leaderboards tell us in the near future. And the leaderboards continuously change as we go, and there's a live feed, so when you're watching it now, you'll see the changes happen right before your eyes. So as we speak, you're taking a quick look and you're looking at Cyber after get eliminated at 17th place, but Xbox is still alive, so that means all their points will be counted after the game. If they make it further than where they did right now, they're in 10th place. We will see. But speaking of that, FMB, who's in 19th place, is ready for a fight right now, and they're getting hit by 2 teams. Surprise attack, and man, oh man, let's take a quick look at that. And they get one of their players completely eliminated. Now they're getting pushed pretty hard. It's two players left, and they got to be very, very careful in this scenario. Tough stuff. Hope everybody's enjoying what you're watching. We're having a great time with these qualifiers. It is the 3rd game, and we are just warming up right now. It's going to be 6 games in total. This is the 3rd one. 3 more after this, and we're going to play in a new map, which I want to talk a lot about once we get started, because I think it's fun to have something different in the esports scene and make players get uncomfortable and learn how to make it work. We'll talk about that in a minute. But all right, FMB thought they were going to make a move, and they were trying to push a team, and then they get third partied right as they try to suppress a team, and now they're going to be dealing with the Phantoms above them and then another team below them. So it's a bad situation to be in, and they don't know if they can get their teammate. Personally, I think the best option here is to escape with your second teammate and try to get as high as placement as you can and win the game by surprise attacking the final teams. What do you guys think?
I definitely agree, and this just goes back to our conversation of, you know, when you're ratting solo or with the second teammate, and, you know, fortunately for them, they have that second teammate, so they're able to make a lot more different plays. They have a lot more different options than they would as being solo.
For sure.
Yeah, and for their situation, they have to be extremely careful with what they take. As a full team, if they realize that they're a duo, they can easily target them, try and get KP off them. So it just all comes down to how they play and how they feel about in their set situation.
Totally agree. And we're going to take a quick overview to take a look at the whole scenario. As you can see, teams are holding down their spots very smartly, getting positions that they know they can keep and hold and not be in danger right away unless a team pushes them. And you can see it's very comfortable. Let's just say that the best word I can use is comfortable for these teams right now as they go forward. With only 7 teams left, we're going to see how this one plays out, and a lot of teams will hold off until the next ring starts closing, and then we'll see what they can do from here as the round progresses. And it's going to be an interesting one because only one team is in the ring right now, so the rest of these teams will end up bumping heads, and this is where we as viewers get the fun action within this play. And we're going to talk about action when it comes to some teams that are in the top of the leaderboards and holding down the spot. We're going to take a quick look at HPE Den. They're inside the ring, inside this building, and they basically have the God spot in this scenario. Things about the God spot, guys, is you got to stay busy. You got to force teams to be afraid of you, scare them away from pushing to you, and then you got to do it consistently, and you got to have each player take a side, east, west, north, south, whatever. You want to just keep pushing the team back, making them feel uncomfortable and not want to push you. And speaking of pushing, they're getting pushed right now And they're about to feel the wrath of one team, and possibly a second team will jump on board also, because there's still 6 teams and the final ring is coming up shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how they all hold out this building, because we have 2 teams fighting, one outside, trying to get inside, trying to fight for it, as it's a key position. It gives them lots of cover, and a great advantage as other teams outside, they'll struggle to go for cover.
I really like how this Ash is playing this door. He had a really nice PK shot to that Gibby over there. He's really holding this team out from pushing in. It's going to be interesting how this is going to end pretty soon. What do you think is going to happen, Mag?
Yeah, I think right now this is the key pivotal moment right here. We're gonna see if HP can hold this against this team, and if they do, then they are gonna be comfortable for a little while, because now it showcases that they're good to go. And then the second, third team, of course, is gonna be a third party. In my opinion, this is the best way to play. I know people get mad when they get third party, but if you're the one doing the third party, you shouldn't be getting mad. And right now, HP trying to survive. Barely survive. I'm going to rotate to who's outside and check who's outside. There's a couple of teams out there. The Reapers are right outside as well. So this is getting thick, let's just say. Thick, just like Loba. And it should be interesting to see how they're doing. They're doing a good job suppressing. They're forcing other teams. There's only 5 teams left now, which means they won't have to worry about too much as this round's end. They can keep forcing the teams to fight each other. Now it's down to 4 teams. You missed out on a little bit of action, but that is a good thing for HP inside, and they're going to be threatened by another team who's right next door to them. So 2 teams in the same building, and it's about to pop off right now. HP deciding to push the pace and wanting to suppress this team here, and doing a good job to continue the pressure. And they did good enough to push a team outside, and now they're holding it. This is the superior setup where you could hold this for the remainder of the game, and you're good to go against whoever tries to push against you. And I don't think many teams will be able to push right now, because the ring is closing in on all sides. So it's going to be a weird ending, possibly. If it gets down to that point, we'll see how this one plays out. And right now, beautiful stuff by HP from the outside. Taking down player and another player. Wow. Taking down 3 players from that window. Great stuff right there. And taking out one of Adala's teams there. One of their top players. So Adala getting eliminated, but they had 17 kills. So they're just fine. But right here, HP just showcasing how to hold. They do not have a Cossack, so they're holding with pure skill and might. And some of Gibby's bombardment as well. As you can see, the ring is ending right inside. They have to get up to this roof or they're in trouble. And my gosh, they're about to be trapped on the inside and not have a way out. And man, they get eliminated. Tough stuff for them. But that right there, my friends, is a part of the game. As you see. And I'm seeing nothing but smoke, folks. This is turned into a madhouse. I couldn't even see who won that. And there you go, the grand finale. Team X Bots gets the win. What a game that was. All that smoke and the ring kind of confused me for a second. But X Bots surprising the lobby there. And again, you thought, well, I thought HP had that win. They were holding that building down like kings, keeping their throne. And all of a sudden, Xbox were on the roof holding a position, and they basically threw them off. And we're watching a quick replay to see exactly how that third game finished here. Get a better view with it on slower motion, just a little bit. And props to Xbox staying up top on the roof and just being patient instead of pushing in and forcing a fight unnecessarily. They waited, and this is where HP lost health from the ring, and one of their players got eliminated by the ring, actually. And then it just was an easy game for Xbox to take because of all that damage that the ring did for them. And then on top of it, just playing strategic and performing well on that grand finale, man. Great stuff. Hope everybody's enjoying this stream. We had a lot of interesting stuff. Game 3 just finished up, and Xbox wins that. We're going into game 4 in just 5 minutes, so take a break, get yourself something to drink, get a snack, get me a snack. All right, we working hard out here, and it's been a fun time so far. These qualifiers are just the beginning of these tournaments. Then you're going to get into the playoffs and then the championships right after. So it's a lot in store for everybody. I hope everybody's having some fun with it. I know I am as the host. I have some great co-hosts, and these players just putting up a performance as they should, and it's exciting to say the least. We'll see how this one plays out. Personally, I want to see more games like that. And now we're sure that Xbox are also going to be on top of the leaderboards, and we're going to take a look at the leaderboards in just a second here to discuss what is going down. It's a lot going on, and I hope y'all enjoying this as we go forward. Let's take a quick look into these scoreboards as we go forward. And here we are. This is the updated, and it'll continue to be updated as we go, but this is the stats, and we're looking at Adala scoring 65 every game. They've scored double-digit eliminations on top of getting first, second, third, or fourth, and it's crazy to say the least. And right now, HP Den, who we saw holding that building down, they were doing a really good job, and you thought they were going to win the game, but they ended up giving it up by not having the roof. Sometimes, like I told you guys, that Gibby can give you the confidence to stand out in the open and then basically exploit the game in a way. I always kind of bash Gibby because he's so overpowered, but he just exploits the game. You can just be out in the open, pushing a team straight forward by throwing your Gibby bubble ahead of you and using it as cover. It's just a wild way to play, and he's insane. And Xbox in 4th place because of that. We just talked about them being in 10th place before this game, and now they're in 4th place, okay? And they're in striking distance to get into 2nd place easily, with only 6 points away from 2nd place. So you're talking about ridiculous amount of performance by them. And to talk about performance, it's the sleeper team who just performed well in the 2nd game, Horizon from the Raven Clan, still in 3rd place. They were right there in 2nd game, and now they went to the 3rd game and scored enough to stay in the fight, top 3. That's legendary right there. So super interesting to see what we got going on, and we're gonna keep it rolling very shortly. If you want to take a couple minutes right before we start our next game to give us your thoughts and opinions here, guys, Satachi and Spotlight.
Well, as you pointed out, this scoreboard is a lot different than when we first started here today. You had some of the top teams fall below, as all the bottom teams, the underdogs, as I like to name them, are coming up with some great performances. And we have even the top teams still holding their spot because of their dominant performance. Yeah, they might be going out kind of early sometimes, but they have enough KP to be able to keep them going and keep them on top. You know, a lot of these teams on the bottom, I just like to give them a little message and let them know that all it takes is one good game to bring you guys back up. You know, just get with your captains, talk about your mistakes, work on what you need to, and then come into this next game and give us a showing. You know, there's always a fight. As long as you keep fighting, you guys will always have a chance. And everybody on top, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't get too comfortable, because as you see, we had one team, C2N, just come down the leaderboard. And, you know, if you get too comfortable, that's going to happen. So always keep fighting, always keep progressing, and I can't wait to see how this turns out tonight. Itachi?
I fully agree with Spotlight. For teams taken for last round, say Horizon, they were in the very lower part of the leaderboards. They've changed their strategy, they've changed their game style, and they've climbed from near the bottom 10 up to 3rd place currently. And we've also had a great display by Xbox, as they've also showed us that all it takes is one good game. So I fully agree with what Spot says. Just talk to your team captain, figure out what's going wrong, and even change your play style, in my opinion.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, because you could be the best team in the lobby, but just because you're the best team doesn't mean you're always going to perform at the best. You know, you get a little bit too comfortable, you might get a little too lazy, and then that's where the teams on the bottom that, you know, are really hungry, really trying to, you know, get their stuff together will come and overpass you. So yeah, you might be the best team, but again, you know, you always got to keep on working or you're going to drop below. So that's pretty much our thoughts and our summary, Mag, for right now.
Yeah, I agree. And I honestly speaking of great teams, you know, you see great teams, something I talked about, you win a match and you're overconfident and you just go in, you dropping hard and you're like pushing a team unnecessarily. You don't even have a blue shield on, you know what I mean? And you're just rushing and unnecessarily getting aggressive in certain situations when maybe you should reposition or just rotate. And then that's what costs the teams. And then you end up seeing other great teams, because it's not like this lobby has one good team. There's plenty of amazing teams on here. The facts are that situations happen. So if you're a great team, you get sandwiched between two teams, regardless of how good you are, that's not a good situation. So it's tough. So you're watching great teams competing against each other, and it's very difficult because you're playing what, 3 versus 57 other players trying to eliminate you. So you're talking about, you're trapped in a map and you're sandwiched by multiple teams sometimes, and you can run into the wrong area and just end up getting eliminated. This is what makes Battle Royale so interesting to play and to watch. There's anything that can happen, and it turns into a fun time for me as a viewer, but for the players as well. I know I'm addicted to the experience, because there are times I'm playing the game and I just realize, hey, it's 4 a.m, I should go to bed. Just because I'm so addicted. One more game, I know I'm gonna get this one, I got this. And it's so much fun. But in a competitive scene, you're dealing with top tier elites. It doesn't matter what you do, one mistake can cost you everything. So it's always fun and interesting, and it's already been an amazing tournament so far. This has been one of the best performances that we've seen from multiple teams. So super excited. We're gonna get started with the next game right now. Game 4. Wow. And guess what? We get to talk about it. All right. I'm gonna say it first. You guys, and I'm talking to you too, my co-host, you guys are spoiled brats. Everybody wants to play on World's Edge. Nobody wants to do anything different. Nobody want to try to play on anything. Everything is World's Edge. I get complaints if we put any map in the world on, I'm going to get boycotted and canceled, cultured from all of these players, because they love World's Edge and they don't want anything else. They're spoiled. That's just my honest opinion. Sorry about that, guys. I'm taking shots at the pros, at the content creators, at everybody. But I'm saying that to say that the variety really makes it very special. Today, we're going to see 3 games right now in Stormpoint. And guess what? Everybody's even. Not everybody knows the map. You haven't figured out perfect rotations, the ring. You don't know what to do specifically. You've studied as much as you can, but there's a lot left on the table to learn and strategize and figure out. And we've been seeing it in the ALGS. Some teams are figuring out Stormpoint. They're really starting to master it. And then others are struggling. The top teams are struggling in Stormpoint. So it's super interesting in the ALGS. I don't know if you guys have been watching, but that's something I've been paying attention to. And it's been so interesting to see top teams kind of struggle while other top teams have figured it out already and kind of gotten into a better flow for Stormpoint. So let's go ahead, Mr. Spotlight and Hitachi, if you can give me your opinion on Stormpoint as we start game number 4 right now.
So I thought Stormpoint was a refreshing map when we first came in. You know, I think they really made the map and made it so big, so, you know, a lot of teams can have a lot of more one-on-one fights, and, you know, to lessen the strength of the third party. And then, you know, as the map got a little bit older, a lot of people got more familiar with it. We had a lot of the player base split between, you know, hey, maybe this is a really good map, and some just like, no, this is completely trash. But I personally, I like it. I thought it was really refreshing. I don't really see too much of a problem with it, and it also is pushing out a lot of cool comps, because, you know, you have a lot of big, more open areas, so, you know, you might see a lot of different legends to, you know, adjust to that. Atachi?
Yeah, I fully agree with Spotlight. Another great thing about this map is the height difference. Is you've got the lightning rod at the top right of the map, very high up, and then you've got Cynic Cave very low down, bottom left. It's the height difference can change the game as well, and also you've got it because it's such a big map. Sometimes you need to hit an early rotation. As we see, we're coming down into a fight with a Gibby knocked.
Yep, it's HP Everest right now eliminating, and there's 3 teams in this area that just dropped, and right now it's gonna get crazy. Talk about goodness. If you drop with a good character that has a tactical, you can use it. For example, right now some of these tacticals are being dropped. A Valkyrie, a Ashe was just dropped, and you know, Everest is alive still, but they are dealing with 2 teams, and they got to be very careful because it's gonna get pretty critical in just a minute. And they did a good job taking out a couple players there, but they are still in the thick of it. So we're gonna see how this one plays out for them, and being very careful, trying to heal up here. One of their teammates, Team Juan, Mr. Juan, in the thick of it against a Bloodhound, and let's see what he can do here. Shots being popped off with the Rampage. Nothing there, but he re-rotates and tries to find a better position. Good job, he found him, and now they're in the thick of it, and really great stuff by him to move out of the scenario, heal back up. His teammates showing him some support and trying to keep things rolling. You love this early fight for the viewers, just to see some action right off the rip instead of seeing you know, everybody looting up, prepping. But it's good stuff. So thank you guys for watching. Hope y'all enjoying game number 4 out of 6 today, and we're just getting started. HP Everest in the thick of it right now, trying to stay alive and trying to eliminate, actually. So we'll see what's going down with these guys, and popping off with the Sentinel. Ooh, like that. And as you can see right now, they're just holding their position. They didn't notice the team rotated deeper down the right side. They're going to get into this building and pretty much prep. And if I am Everest, I'm getting all the way out of here, backing out of that fight, and then looting up, prepping, getting into the ring, deeper into the ring, finding a good position, and just trying to keep my poise. Your poise is just as important as your gunplay. Being able to have the right decision, having the game sense of where and when to move is very critical. And they do see another team, and they're pretty busy right now. They haven't had a break from the moment they dropped. They see a team on this backside here, and they're going to be trying to push them just a little bit, getting aggressive here, and you like to see that. And Team Everest actually is in 8th place with 14 points. So anything that they do here will benefit them big time to move up just a little bit. They're only like 1 or 2 points away from top 5. So super interesting to see how this one plays out for them.
Yeah, it's great to see how we're seeing this team play aggressively as well, even defensively. They're pushing in, getting shots off, playing the door really well. Actually, with the thermite grenade going off, getting some damage. And see the full team eliminated, and they're gonna get KP off that, and that's gonna boost them up the leaderboard.
Definitely good stuff by them. They got 4 kills already just to start this off, and we're gonna rotate around, check out one of the top dogs right now. They just keep dominating with these elimination points, and then also scoring pretty high every time, top 5 more or less in these past games. And Odala doing a good job trying to prove themselves, and I believe, you know, they have the lead almost about twice as much as the persons below them, the team below them. So they're very comfortable, but we'll see if they're going to continue to be aggressive, or they're doing what they're doing right now, which again, this is a smart move as well. Rotate deeper into the ring, loot up, prep yourself for some fights, get things rolling, and be ready for the night in action. So super cool stuff from them. We're going to move over And check out another thing, and this is a cool topic here for Stormpoint. You know, you have these areas where you can farm for some items and farm up a little bit, and it's pretty good. I mean, it's going to take a lot for you to farm for your Evo shield, but at least you can get upgrades. And this is a great feature in this game where you're not going to just get anything random. It'll get you something better than what you have, and that's a really important new feature that it's been around for a little while, but it really changed it for the best experience for us as players to be able to get items that we need rather than random nonsense. So super cool, super cool. Let's take a quick rotation here from Cyber Grizzlies. They're in the middle of trying to pick a fight right now. Gonna see how this one plays out for them. They're on the inside, popping off at a team on the roof.
Yeah, they're playing their angles really well to shoot shots up onto the roof to deal a decent amount of damage while not taking a lot of damage themselves. Just as you see, they're holding doors so they don't drop in, and just playing the inside really close together, so if anything happens they can chuck down that gib bubble and readjust from there.
Yep, and the team that they're going to be fighting against is C2N. And actually, as they rotate up, C2N went inside the building. So this is a cat and mouse game right now. Everybody's playing hide and go seek, and got to be very careful in this scenario, because if they get caught slipping, and I mean, it's very early, so the ring doesn't do much damage. But in the middle of a fight, guys, you know, getting into a big fight while you're deep into the ring can be a little bit challenging. And look at this, they got the perfect Ash escape. Oh, Gibby still gets downed. They're gonna have to be very, very careful in this scenario. Cyber Grizzlies getting ambushed right now by C2N, coming in hot, and they're going to push this pace and try to pop off with their Rampage, and the Peacekeeper doing a good job getting aggressive and forcing this last player to run for his life. And there it is, the clean wipe for C2N. C2N in 12th place. Those guys were very high up in the standings, and today they are in 10th place right now. They were in the top on the first game, then all of a sudden they haven't been able to perform as well because these other guys have stepped their game up and came on board. And you'd like to see teams come on and set things up and get hot. So speaking of getting hot, let's take a quick overview of the map and see where it's closing out. It's going to be headed to the southwest. It's going to be super interesting as you go there. If you want to see the leaderboards at the same time, you're looking at them live right now. Pretty good stuff by all of these teams. It's looking like the bar is going to be where this game ends, and it's going to be a crazy ending because that's a fun place to be. And we already have two teams in that area, so we'll see what happens. Let's rotate around and take a quick look at Adala trying to escape that scenario. It doesn't look like they want to actually rotate. They actually found a higher ground against a team that was suppressing fire on them, and now they can try to be above and pop off some shots on this team. That was a pretty slick and, again, super aggressive thing. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at Adala as they took the high ground from the team that was trying to suppress them, and now they're going to go ahead and try to take the advantage.
Yeah, it's great to see here how two teams, we have one inside and one on the roof, both playing their cover really decently, and both popping shots at each other, trying to get that damage in, upgrade their Evo, and try and make the other team waste out of shields. Just like they're both playing passive. Oh, we got the Ash support. Play aggressively, they're pushing in. See if they can pop any more damage, even pop a knock to push off of. Let's see, we've got Thermites coming in to try and keep them back. And we'll see how this plays out. Hitting hard damage, a hard crack on Gibby. Getting shot through the window. Let's play his cover well.
Definitely like what I'm seeing by Adala, but they are getting actually push back. You know, Adala's a great team. They're the top of the board, but you're looking at Team Ace in 18th place, and they're battling against Adala right now, giving them a hard time. Adala just found the window to shoot through and do some serious damage. They might push right now just because of that one situation. They cracked him so bad. He's down to one hit, and they're going to have to make a decision here. And as you can see, it's a standoff, and a team in 18th place, Aces, are making the #1 team in today's event actually feel the pressure. So it's not that easy. Like I told you guys, you might think, oh, these guys are not on the top of the leaderboards. I promise you, some great teams who might not be up there just because of the situation. As you can see right now, Adala dominating on that situation. It's teamwork right now together. 2 guns are better than 1, and now they're going to push for that last player and try to get super aggressive on him and basically trap him as they go forward. And they cleaned up shop very well right here. Adala once again showcasing why they're the top dogs at the moment. Speaking of top dogs, a team who climbed up the charts in that last game we saw, the X-Bots are in the building. And isn't there an X-Bots in the ALGS playing as well? I don't know if I'm remembering a couple games ago or 2 days ago. I think there was a X-Bots, but these guys are right here trying to make a move. They're in 4th place at the moment with 32 points and sitting comfortable with an Aloba and a Bangalore. Let's give a shout out to diversity in the building. We got 2 beautiful women coming together right now in the game. Matter of fact, 3 women with Ash. Is Ash a woman or a bot? What are we gonna identify her as? What are we doing here, guys?
I'm gonna kind of have to go on the end of bot. I think that majority of her is pretty much just taking over. I think the lore of Ash is that I think it's one of Horizon's acquaintances stuck inside Ash.
She is, and I don't want to get into the lore, but yeah, I mean, she was a female, but now she's a bot. But what does she identify as? Oh man. Anyway, let's rotate back and see what is going down. It's looking like Reapers, a team that was actually a little low on the rack in the numbers, and they scored some points in that last game. Now they're 14th place, trying to make a move in this scenario and peeping a team and kind of just popping a little bit of shots with the charge rifle, but nothing too crazy. They're just taking their time, and they're deep in the ring, so that is good for them. They're gonna stay comfortable. As you can see, popping some shots there, just suppressing teams. And this is always good if you can suppress teams, but let them know they're not gonna push you, and if they do, they're gonna feel it. So doing a good job there. Reapers trying to get in the building and get into the top 10, creeping up to 14th right now. What do you guys see or predict from these Reapers?
If you're slowly creeping up the top 10, they're gonna have to really step it up here. It seems like majority of the games before this that they were just getting eliminated too early. So the fact that they're here in late game means that they have switched up whatever that problem was, and now we're gonna see here if they can be able to capitalize on the fights that they take forward and score some KP. So my prediction is that they'll either win their next initial fight and use that momentum to carry them forward, or they might just have to go back to the drawing board after this game if they lose their next initial encounter.
Yeah, it's great to see in this game that they're playing more position in ring and keeping all the teams back by shooting shots here and there, letting everyone know that they're there. It's really good to see that they're slowly stepping their game up, and will hopefully score big points this game.
Yeah, we'll be interested to see what the Reapers can do. But let's take a quick spin while we talk about what people can do. We're looking at the can-doers. The top of the food chain right now is Adala, and they are super aggressive, downing a player but not getting to finish him. But now they're going to push forward towards a team on the backside of this scenario. We're going to see what they can do with these guys right now, and you love to see the aggression even though you're in the top. And a lot of teams get comfortable and hide out for remainders of games and not score much points because they're just worried about staying alive and hoping. Adala's definitely not one of those guys. They're always looking for a fight. They're always looking to push, and it could cost you. When we get to the finals, we'll see how they perform. You got to understand, maybe in the qualifiers, not everybody's ready for that, but later on, it gets very real. And any move you make and being too aggressive will cost you. So we're going to see how this plays out for them today. But teams like this, you know, you can see possibly the potential for, you know, reaching the finals and being able to perform very well. And we've seen that before. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do today if they can keep this going. We're going into the second half of the events. There's 3 more games, this game and 2 more. So we'll see what happens and see as they get aggressive, using that Ashe just to get in. They want to get in on this action, and they're not afraid. And this is a super interesting thing, as you can see.
It's great to see that they're also. It's great to see that they're also playing position outside of the building to try and get angles, and even try and flush them out. But the question really is, are they going to get over aggressive, and is that good or bad? You see, we're getting shots from playing cover from the window of what he has, playing the roof again, and he's going to try and use that height against them, try and create an angle, try and hit more shots on them. And see, they're also pushing him fully overly aggressive, finishing the entire team. Played that really well. They're still on fire from round 1. They're still doing well.
Yeah, definitely. And they're actually eliminated Xbots, who were in 4th place, but they just got eliminated. We're going to see where they are now after this game. They should probably move up a little higher, because they did score a little bit of points on that last one. So as you can see, tons and tons of good stuff going on. A lot of different teams making some moves. Reaper still holding this high ground and doing a good job keeping it. So 8 more teams left, and round 4 is closing off. So they are still in the mix, in the thick of it, and you gotta love it. And another Bangalore is still in the building, even with all the wall hacks, with the smoke getting basically nerfed from all of the legends who can basically see through all of the smoke. Bangalore is still a thing in our tournaments, which I love to see. That's dope. And right now, Reapers pushing and pushing and pushing, and we're gonna see what they're gonna do here. They have to get into the ring, so forcing a fight automatically to take someone else's position. It's gonna be interesting to see how this one plays out for them. And look at this, they get a very clear path into the building, and this is a situational situation. Like, you decided to rotate in here, you don't know if somebody was in here, and you end up taking it without any actual fights. So super cool for them, and we'll see what happens with the 5th round getting started. There's still a lot of teams on the board, so we're gonna rotate around and take a look to see who's busy in this scenario. And guess who's busy as usual? Adala, in the thick of it, trying to get some more KP.
Yeah, they're also with the Dola. They're always aggressive. You see, they were forcing a fight before, but now they're playing the cover a wee bit more passive, trying to fight for a error in that ring to try and get that position down. But the opposing team using grenades, everything to their advantage to pop in damage, pop in cells, made that other people waste their shields to create some a bit of an advantage.
Definitely. And I'm liking what I'm seeing, but I want to take a rotation around to see who's right next door and who's in the mix as well. So at the moment, look at this, C2N using crypto, and this is one of my all-time favorite legends who doesn't get used enough. He's getting another buff soon, don't worry about that, but it's gonna be something different to make him more useful for people. I believe he should be one of the top legends, which he isn't. He should be one of the top legends, especially for comp, because if you get a very skilled player, he can do so much for your team and change the game drastically with his drone, especially if you're skilled with it, but it takes a lot of effort. So it's a lot easier to just pick up a Bloodhound and scan through walls than to use a crypto. So that's why his popularity isn't there. But with that said, I predict the finals of the ALGS will have a crypto main. Okay, just mark my words. I've been saying this from the beginning of this season coming up. Look at this. Shots rained off at C2N. Getting it done, taking off another team right now off the bat, and they're going to sit comfortable in this scenario. They're going to use their drone, and I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing. Going ahead and dropping is EMP and trying to figure out what's the next move in this scenario. C2N down to one of their last players. We got 4 teams left. All right, we're gonna rotate around. Look at Raven Reaper still in the building, surviving. Phantom Tropes are in the mix as well. C2N and Adala, those are the teams that are currently on this last spot. And who do you have? What is gonna happen is the question on this scenario. And I do believe the first ones that are gonna have to get into some action is going to be Phantom. They are tight in a situation here between 2 teams, and they're gonna have to make a decision on which side they're gonna go once this ring starts closing. Should get interesting.
This is definitely going to get interesting. And then from what it looks like, it seems like Odala is sitting pretty in the center of the map. They're going to have to do the least rotating out of the rest of these teams. And I wouldn't be quite surprised if all these teams don't try and focus them as they try and rotate get into that position, you know, that's going to get them safe from all these other teams. What do you think is going to happen here, Itachi, based on everybody's position?
With what you just said, I fully agree. I believe that everyone's going to focus Adola, try and get that team out of the way, to try and hold that position for themselves. But it just depends on how Adola holds it, as they're holding it quite well, playing the Gibby bubble against them.
And we're seeing C2N eliminate them right now. Now we're down to the last team. It's about to go down. Last player, C2N might just take this game. Man, what a surprise. Oh no, wait a minute. The ring is beating everybody. Folks, it's a Valkyrie versus Valkyrie. And there it goes. C2N getting the win somehow, some way. It's a little crazy in there. Wasn't sure what was going down with the scenario. And C2N finding a way to finish that game off. Game number 4 in Stormpoint. I love Stormpoint just because it's given us a whole different feel and different play. And I think we need that in these esports scenes so that teams can, you know, showcase something new, something different, something exciting, something awesome. So as you saw here at the end, there was 3 teams left for this last ring, and super aggressive with Phantom pushing in. C2N actually got to suppress them and beat them out in this scenario, but C2N was also threatened. So it was a tough scenario for them, but they figured it out, and now we're going into game number 5 shortly, in just a minute. So what are your guys' thoughts about that last game?
I think that went by really fast. You know, that just shows you that this game is a game of seconds, and the fact that, you know, we had teams sitting comfortably, and then, you know, as soon as that ring started closing, we had someone come in, push in. I think C2N came in, pushed in, cleared out Odala, and then, you know, did the rest. You know, they cleared out the other teams, and then they ended up winning for it. So it went by really fast. Tachi?
Yeah, it was also great to see that teams are really starting to play that position and push teams that have one of the best positions, like with Adola and C2. Like, C2 fully pushed Adola and won and took over that spot and got the advantage on that. And then after that, it was just third parties, with every team trying to get in, try and get into the zone, and try and get some KP.
For sure. And guys, we're going to be right back in just a second. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We're going into game number 5. Only 2 more games left for the night. Game number 5 and 6 coming up in just a second. We're going to show you guys the leaderboards and then get into game number 5. So stick around. Hey guys, take a Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We are still live, ready to go for 2 more games, and they're going to be very interesting. The scores are going to be currently set up for you guys. Right now, we're looking at the refresh version of these leaderboards to see who's the top dog of them all. That's what we're looking at. Who's the top dog? And right now, it's looking like Adala's the top dog with 90 points in this one game. That is crazy. There's no multipliers or anything. Somehow they scored 90 points. I can't believe it. And there's still 2 more games to go. So that is insane. The rest of the lobby is doing very well. 46 points for HPE Den. And then right underneath them in 3rd place, Raven Horizon with 38 points. They're scoring really good stuff from there. And of course, right below, everybody below in their 30s as well, from 1 through 7 within the 30s or higher. So you like what you're seeing from those teams. And of course, underneath them, you have Cyber Grizzlies, Siren Vibes, and Space Boats, all within the top 10 right now. So pretty cool stuff, as you can see. And then right below them, just to give a shout out to some of these teams who are figuring it out. You're looking at Raven Reapers in 13th. You have CU with 12, and Gang. That's a surprise to see Gang down at 13th place, but this shows you this is a great lobby. There's a lot of great teams. So I'm really excited about these next games. We're going to see who has what it takes. Game 5 and 6 coming up shortly. We're going to see who can dominate this situation. It's not easy, guys. I promise you. It's very, very difficult to compete against top players, top teams who play with each other every day, play this game all the time. It's a tough task, and super exciting to see where this goes from here. It's anybody's game. It's anybody's game. Nobody is guaranteed anything. So super interesting for these last 2 games to see who could step up. We saw it already where a team was at the bottom of the bracket and somehow they came all the way back up and took care of business. So it is possible to see that again. Pay attention to the teams on the bottom of the bracket, from Cincy to Raven Goons, Ace, KOD, Vidya Boys, FMB, Gang, CU, and Reapers. I can guarantee there's going to be one or more that will make it to the top 10 from that lower bracket. And again, teams are prepping right now. We're going to go ahead and give them a minute. This is the transition point where we open up a new lobby and we get the players in a fresh lobby because it resets every 3 hours. So now we're going into the second phase with only 2 games remaining, and we're going to play them at Storm Point. So be ready. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. We're just getting started, so stick with us. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 2 more games. it's a pretty long night. We usually do, 4 games or so. We're going to be doing 6 from now on, and it's not that long when it comes to the players. But for us we're working hours before and putting in the work. And I got 2 great co-hosts doing their thing. And we're going to be welcoming all players to get on board, do some commentary when they're not playing. It's really something that we want to build the community and give them the spotlight as well. So everybody's welcome to jump on board and get into the fun. With that out of the way, we're about to start up this next lobby in a couple minutes. Should be good to go in just a second. Hope you guys been enjoying it. Let's take a quick look at this setup here and check out the leaderboards before we get started. For me personally, my opinion here is that there's going to be an explosion, and we're going to be looking at the leaderboards throughout this match, because I believe this is where everybody's warmed up and it's like, let's go, man, let's go. Enough waiting. I feel like you feel, if you're watching, you just want these matches to start, just like me. I prefer to go. There's going to be a team who's going to explode and do some numbers. All right, so pay attention to the leaderboards now. Make your predictions, as a matter of fact. Who do you think is going to take it? What's the team to watch is the question. And we'll see. We'll see if you're right, but also we'll see who has that it factor, to come out of nowhere and to do something special for us. So we gonna see. But thank you guys for watching. I hope y'all enjoying. And we're going to keep on doing what we do. With that out of the way, next game's underway. Right now, if I would like my co-hosts, if they're here, they can talk about what they see as this next game 5 is about to get started in a couple seconds. What do they see here? What are their predictions? Who are they watching? What are they expecting? Any predictions from Spotlight and Natachi?
From me, personally, I think Reaper's gonna get high placement this game. Gonna hope that they get in within the top 10. I'm also predicting that the FNB and Gang are both going to get high KP, the high kill games. It's just gonna be a roller coaster of a game. It's gonna be dramatic, and we're gonna see how it plays out.
That's true. Very true. Very true. We'll see. I mean, in the end of the day, we saw Gang explode. And if you check our standings, which I can showcase right this very minute, these are before these teams started. Gang was in 4th place with 71 points. So it's not like these guys are a pushover. We know that. Today, sometimes it's not your day. Sometimes other teams catch you off guard. You're rotating into a team who's ambushing you. So a lot of scenarios that can play out that don't work out in your favor, and anything could happen. So we shall see is what I'm saying. And right now, just to break it all the way down, you guys are watching the qualifiers. It's open to the public. You can sign up through our Discord. Each team will get 10 chances, 10 qualifier events to play in. All of those points will be added up. You can score points through placement and eliminations. That will lead, after you finish your 10, everybody's 10 will be calculated together to see how much they scored in total. And the top teams will end up qualifying for the playoffs. That is the format and system for this setup. As far as how they score in points, it's pretty easy. Placement points will get you 12 for first place, 9 for second, and so on and so on. And then elimination is 1 point per. So that is the general breakdown on how that works. And now let's generally go back into game number 5 right now. We're going deep into the waters, guys. We're already committed to this. It's only 2 more games left, this one and another one, and that's the night. And right now, Team Gang, as Itachi predicted, said that they're going to be stepping up in this next one, and I don't disagree. I mean, they've already proven to me several times in multiple tournaments that they have what it takes, but we don't know that for sure. And understand there's plenty of other great teams, and there's some new teams out here putting out some work and getting things done to showcase that they can too be great. So let's see how this one plays out. Should be interesting. Game number 5 underway right now. What are your thoughts here?
So if they're gonna make a comeback, we're gonna have to see them get a lot more into the action. 10K Sevi over here has been known to be a really strong player. Like, again, really strong personality. He comes into these lobbies, he talks big, and he shows big. So, you know, today is probably just an off day, but I feel like if he can just capitalize on the mistakes that he's been making, that they'll be able to, again, you know, like he predicted, skyrocket and get back into this tournament. We just gotta have to see a little bit more action from his team and maybe a little bit better decision making, because it seems like every fight they've been in has just not been the ideal fight to take.
Right. And I like right now the other teams that we're seeing. We're gonna go and rotate around and check on HP Den, who's second place but being aggressive right now, trying to push a team out of this position right here. And I love this area in Stormbread. It's kind of the fragment area, and this is the fragment area for Stormbread, and they're pushed this team far back. The team is trying to escape their situation, and man, gonna see how this one plays out as far as the extra aggressiveness. And this is good to score KP, but it's a chance you don't know if you want to take. And there it goes, they down one of the players, and that was really solid so far. And they have another player there in their sight. They're gonna keep pushing on this situation, and there's multiple teams fighting. As you can see, the kill feed, one of the Raven clan getting 3 kills right off the bat. So you like that. There's some jackson going on right now with multiple teams as we go forward. So let's take a quick look and a spin around the block to check out Team Horizon with a nice battle with a one-on-one situation. Shots with the Peacekeeper. Can he finish it off? He's getting double teamed and he gets eliminated, but they did have 3 kills before they got taken out, and it was Space Boats, a team that's quietly creeping up because they're in 10th place right now. All right, they're not no slouches. They're in the mix. All right, they're possibly, you know, trying to take this lead and take it to that next level, and that right there gave them something. Big respect to them for stepping up just a little bit. And we're gonna rotate around and talk about some teams that we have not spoken of pretty much as much right here. And if somebody knows how to say this name in the chat, can y'all help me out right now? Cinzella, mozzarella. Because somebody teach me the language right now. And they get eliminated as we did not pronounce her name right. That's our fault right there. And C2N getting it done and taking them out. Man, oh man. Props to C2N, who's been up and down, man. They went out to they left the top 10, they came back up, and now they're in 4th place again, trying to figure it out and fighting through it, you know, to try to get up on the charts. And 4th place is really nice. 36 points, that's a lot. And they're doing a good job to keep them busy right here, eliminating a team and then suppressing another one as they go. And one thing I like to do is not watch the player who's suppressing a team. Watch the second guy who's looking behind their back, as we're watching right now. AZ, he's checking out on every angle, north, west, east, south, just looking for any team trying to push them. So pretty good observation, and not just laser focus on one team, being able to play a little smarter as far as understanding, hey man, we got to watch our backs, make sure we don't get third party.
Yeah, it's great to see how he's not getting tunnel vision, and he's, as you've said, looking out for the third party, because they could easily be a team that they're pushing right now with him throwing an arc star and a team right behind him. that could sandwich them and cause them a loss. That's just teams C4 getting over aggressive, C2 sorry, getting aggressive with a nice crack, 2 cracks, forcing onto the roof to try and get an angle on them, and then trying to sandwich them with their teammates with a beautiful knock and another full squad wipe finish. That was really nicely played.
Definitely C2 and trying to keep their pace going, but we're gonna rotate around and look at HP Den. That we just saw the 4th place team. Now we're watching the 2nd place team get aggressive right now and using that zip line. I love me some Pathfinder, even though he's not here. We haven't seen a Pathfinder, have we? Oh man, come on, Pathy. And right now, this team Den again in 2nd place. They can continue to climb if they're gonna get aggressive here and push this pace. Looking real good so far. Super aggressive and doing a good job downing one of their players and coming back and taking out one of each own. Oh my goodness, it's like multiple fights going on in the kill feed, and it's gonna get wild today. We got 13 teams left. Let's go ahead and see what is out there. That was good stuff by HP Den, and they're still in the mix in this fight right now, so they got to be very, very careful about how they want to play it.
Yes, I'm really loving what we're seeing from High Peak Esports here. They're actually probably the, I wouldn't say only people, but they are showing a really strong case for being the rival of Adala here. You know, they're playing really aggressive, they're playing really fast, and they're just taking these teams for a run for their money. If they can keep up this energy and, you know, keep up this dominance, I'm pretty sure that we can maybe see an overtaking and for the #1 spot. What do you think, Mag?
Yeah, I think as far as the fun part is for me, I'm thinking long haul. I'm going to be hosting all of these tournaments, right? So for me, you know, Adala's taking the lead right now for tonight and possibly for the standings. That's cool. But guess what? There's 10 games for each team. So anybody can step up and outperform them. And there's going to be events where they don't play. They're not going to play in every event. They're only going to play in 10 games, 10 events. And then after that, everybody, the lobby's open for anybody else to dominate. So even if, you know, Adala does great for the 10 games that they perform in, other teams can step in and go crazy and get into the top of the leaderboards and end up being the top team possibly, you know? So this is, for me, is going to be the fun, exciting thing to slowly watch teams creep up and climb back and forth on each other, and then get to their last game and realize they need to score 57 points to be able to take the 1st place spot. And then we only got one more qualifier left for the rest of the season. And then all of a sudden you have to score 57 to be able to be the #1 team and do things like that. So it's going to be exciting overall for me as a host, and that's why I changed the rules and made it a little different to make it more interesting from where the normal was, hey, you win, you get in. And this is going to be a little more interesting as far as every week things can change drastically for people. And talking about drastically, Gang is in the building. They were down in 13th place, and right now they scored a couple points here, nothing too major, but they got 3 points on the board and they're still alive. So, you know, this team is another one that can get hot. Do not sleep on them. There's plenty of teams in our tournaments that have a chance, and it's going to be fun to watch in the next month and a half of this qualifiers as we go forward. So, and I'm going to keep changing this in the future. I think there's something about this that I'm trying to do, and I think I haven't done it perfectly yet, but just as the idea, the concept of something new, something a little different than the normal routine we usually have. So especially feedback from all the players, if you guys got ideas and a little more interesting ways to bring this together, you know, we're here to build. So it's always good, in my opinion. And speaking of good, let's just take a second while we talk about that stuff. We're going to look at the overall map, and you're going to see it's going to be on the northwest right now. That's kind of crazy. You can also see the leaderboards if you're watching on the stream. You can see live leaderboards. As a team dies, their scores will be implemented. That's how we make the leaderboards happen. So, their permanent scores, or whoever's eliminated scores get taken. See the One You Envy does a good job keeping score. I create these graphs and stuff like that, trying to make sure you guys get some good visuals. But yeah, shout out to See the One You Envy carrying me for these tournaments, doing the scores consistently. And we're looking at the north side, and this is a very interesting scenario because that north side is really fun place to fight, and that is like the fragment of Stormpoint, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens here, how that's going to play out, and what type of decisions we're going to see from these teams when it comes to rotation and who to push, when to push. All that good stuff is coming up right now. Let's talk about the Goons. They've been quiet today and on 19th place right now, and we haven't got to see much of them, so we don't know if they're playing too aggressive or are they playing too passive and just holding back, hiding out. What is the scenario is the question, and this is the type of questions you ask when you see a team you know can perform, but then they have some off day and they're not at their peak. As members of the Raven clan, maybe you can give us some insight and help us think about what's going on there.
That's actually an interesting comment, because I was going to actually bring this up myself as we were just kind of sitting on them. This team has been extremely quiet today, but I would like to bring to the attention of everybody that we have 2 subs currently filling in. We're missing 2 of our starters. Archer is the only starter on this roster, so it could probably be some team chemistry issues. Archer himself is not a set IGL, so he had to sub in and fill in for the starter IGL that's missing today, and maybe he's just not as experienced, but he's really stepping in and showing us that he can take that opportunity and do the best, even if it's not the best, if that makes sense. So just the fact that they're here in 12th and we're seeing them now is showing a little bit of improvement from earlier in the tournament, because they were probably dead early off at the beginning. So I just think that they just have some communication issues, probably just chemistry issues, and this is just something that they just got to work on throughout the week through practices. And this goes for any team. You might have a bad tournament day, just again take all your mistakes, get back to the drawing board during your team practices or whatever through the week, and then come back stronger the next time.
Wise words. And actually, I do believe this is probably the best scenario. One of the greatest players in football actually came in controversially. Tom Brady wasn't supposed to be the starting quarterback. As a matter of fact, he was like the 3rd string quarterback. And what happened was, what's his name? Forgot his name. He was a great quarterback for the Patriots, and he got injured. Then they had the 2nd quarterback get injured also. So then they called in Tom Brady. Hey, you might as well come and play for us. And next thing you know, 20 years later, the greatest quarterback, possibly, you can argue that. I think he's one of the greatest players in the NFL. He ends up being the best. So maybe we're watching that situation happen here, possibly. You never know. I always love these beautiful, inspirational stories, possibility. And first game, leader, that's a lot of responsibility, and coming in with new players, and some players want to be aggressive, some want to be passive, other players, you gotta earn their trust to respect your calls. And in the heat of the moment, while you're getting shot at, telling somebody, let's rotate, move left, or it's a lot. So this is the fun part of Apex. We do have listen-ins. We haven't been doing it because we're setting new things up, and we're going to have that in the near future. And I think it's important because then you can just listen in to what the situation is. And there are times where teams will just be screaming at each other, and then there's other teams who are just quiet. You can't even hardly hear anything other than cracked or something simple comms. And that tells you what type of team they are. If they're arguing instead of actually just paying attention to each other, respecting each other's calls. I might not agree with you, but I'm going to follow your lead in whatever it is you say. So there's a lot of situations like that where you can find out about a team by listening in. So we'll get that back in here very shortly, and I think it's important because we can see what teams are doing. And right now, Goons talking all that smack, but they stepping up right now. I like what I'm seeing by them. They're actually suppressing two teams from two different sides in this situation, but they're caught in the mix, and the ring's gonna close in about a minute and a half. So it's also a dangerous situation. Like, okay, how are we gonna get out of here? They have a Valk out if they need it, but I would hope they push this team and try to suppress them and take some KP if they can. They are getting pushed. They got to be careful. Horizon alt just popped, so we'll see how
And
this
it's
one
good
plays
that
out.
they were suppressing teams, but this can also be a double-edged sword. Being at the edge of the map like this with very little cover is also just asking any other teams more deeper into zone to just focus them as they rotate. Another
Exactly.
angle you probably could have took was, you know, just probably stay quiet, try not to bring too much attention to yourself so you can safely rotate in.
Totally agree. And this is this, and there we go right there. That's a good conversation about team leader. Me and Spotlight will probably disagree, and I'm over here saying, let's just keep pushing this team, let's fight. And he's like, no, stop, relax, let's stay here. And then we're having a debate, and instead of just respecting Spotlight or myself, one or the other, we're having some type of confrontation of within our team. Instead of fighting other teams, we're fighting each other. So it could be crazy, you never know. And right now, Goons finally in the mix, in a fight. Deep stuff, downing a player, but getting one player down, and man, they get hit extremely hard. They had 3 teams in their area. It was in a bad position, and it looks like HP Den, the second place team, was the ones to clean that shop up right there. And good stuff from them to be able to take advantage of that vulnerability, because, you know, Goons were worried about too much going on in the area, and now HP Den is easily taking over that whole area. Now they could sit comfortably to get back deeper into the ring. There's only 6 teams left. It is not easy to take this fight right here, but they're gonna take it, and they're out in the open. They do have a Gibby, so that is gonna make them extremely comfortable, and they're using the accelerator to pop off a lot more. And this is such a great feature when it comes to giving people chances to use their utilities.
Yeah, it really comes down to how you play people's ult. Because with Gibby, I personally, in my comp team, I personally play Gibby. You can either use it for fully pushing a team, stopping a team from pushing you. It just depends how you play it. And we've seen some bubbles with a team stuck in the middle between 2 teams, it seems like. And we have... Sorry, I'm struggling to read their name. We have this team holding Rock really nicely, keeping
High Peak
teams
Esports.
back at bay. High Peak, thank you. We have High Peak Esports playing the Rock really nicely, playing their cover perfectly, beaming everyone that they can see, trying to let their presence be known.
Definitely, and I'm seeing this flatline popping shots off. Really good stuff right here. Best rifle in the game. I don't care what you guys say. Got nerfed and everything. It's still better than the R301. The R301's for rookies. No, but right now I like their aggression. You know, they're second place. They're playing with house money. They can continue to try to build on their points, but man, oh man, they're getting hit. They got to be very careful. Getting pushed right here. Perfectly done. Not allowing that Gibby bubble to save him. And HP trying to survive one-on-one fight right here. Beautiful stuff. Somehow HP taking that fight. Very dangerous scenario. There's only 3 teams left. We're going to rotate around and look at Vidya, who has not been talked about much. They're in 15th place with 8 points today. They have 2 players left. Then you got HPN in second place. Really busy right now. About to try to take this fight, trying to survive the scenario. Beautiful stuff from the car. Gun that I personally love. I love fast rapid fire weapons. And right now HP sitting comfortable for the moment, healing up, prepping for this fight right here. And they got to be careful. There's tons of shields in this area. Somebody's been farming over here and just taking care of business, and they're gonna back off from this Gibby ult.
Yeah, with
surviving,
the Skibby
healing up.
as their with their Gibby using the bubble earlier on, they can't really bubble down to protect themselves, so they're trying to use cover as much as they can. And we see a wide flank from this Ashe, pushing into the bubble, letting them no time to heal with a beautiful knock. Playing their bubble on the aggressive side. They hit 2 knocks, and it's good to see Horizon in the comp playstyle, and that's a full team wipe, beautifully executed.
And he's the kill leader on top of that, man. Talk about biscuit practice right now. They're pushing for the finale. And HP Den with a great performance, trying to come back and take the #1 spot away from $1 right there. That was great stuff. The whole match showcasing that they do got what it takes. Man, oh man, game number 5 in the books. And we're going to our last game in just a minute. But man, that was good stuff by HP Den, doing their job, which is getting that win and scoring a bunch of KP in the process. Let's take a quick look on the grand finale on a slow-mo replay. It's about like 20% slower than the normal pace. As you can see right here, they got aggressive. They wanted to take this team out, and it was a good move because the other team was a little bit occupied, so they had their moment. And again, 60 seconds or less is my rule if you're going to push a team, and that is what they did here. They completely cleaned it up with this Mastiff shots, and talk about beautiful shots with this thing. I like the Peacekeeper better, but he's making this look lovely, and they got it done with the R and the Mastiff, and he became the kill leader as well right at the end with the last team pushing them. But it wasn't enough. It was the grand finale. They got it done right here beautifully, and big props to HP Den. And man, it's just getting started. It is just getting started when it comes to finales. We're about to close it out in just a minute, folks. I hope y'all enjoying it. Thank you so much for watching. Show some support. We've been working really hard for you tonight. We're about to get into game number 6, the last game of the night. Before we do, of course, we're going to show you the scores, and then we're going to make sure the teams are locked in, and then we're going to start it up. We don't want to keep all of you guys waiting too long. We want to push it along and take it to that next step. So stay with us and enjoy the show as we go forward. And we got some great co-hosts, to me, doing a really good job for me because they're working with me, carrying me today. Big shoulder day for these guys. And guys, can you give me some thoughts and opinions on everything that you're seeing with these teams and the way they're performing out here tonight?
I think all teams are doing great for what it's worth. You know, a lot of, like I said, you know, we had a lot of these top performing teams showcase that they're really strong and continue that dominance throughout this whole tournament. And then we had a lot of teams that were underperforming, but you know, they took that advice I said on the stream earlier. They went back to the drawing board, they talked with the captains, they got it done, and now some of those bottom teams are coming up out of nowhere and showing you that, you know, hey, we're still here. We can do things too. So, you know, I think this is a really good change of events, and you know, I'm really excited for this High Peak Odala rivalry that we might see brew here. As we see, both teams are really both aggressive, both really strong, and both teams have really strong characters on their rosters when it comes to personality. So we might see a little more heated battles and rivalries coming between these two moving forward.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. What do you got for us, Itachi?
I was gonna say I fully agree with Spotlight. It's gonna be really interesting with future matches and even the next match to see this one-on-one rivalry between High Peak and Adola. It's gonna be really close, and honestly, I believe High Peak and Adola are gonna really fight for that #1 spot overall.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, you know, the rest of the lobby is amazing too. This is a long qualifier, so you know, tonight's game is going to be great, and Adala versus High Peak could be interesting for tonight. But I'm also looking at the teams a little bit lower below them because all those points are adding up, and after 10 games, we're going to see where they really stand in the standings. You know, and that's going to be very critical as well. So should be very interesting to see how it all plays out. So I'm super excited about this finale. And then to check out the standings, we'll have that on the website, madgamer.com/CBL. Anytime you want to look at the standings, you can go check to see what is going on. There's a tab to see the leaderboards, but then there's also a tab to see the actual standings on where everybody stands for the moment. And that'll be updated after every event, and you'll be able to see what your team is doing. But we're gonna be right back in just a second. Gonna show you guys the leaderboards, and hope you guys enjoy the show. We'll be right back in just a second. All right, giving you a quick look at these scores to see what is going down, and it's pretty wild. There is a definite top dog situation on the 1 and the 2 with Adala and HP right there, right neck and neck, close enough. 92 to 74. That's a pretty close number, and this next game could be the game changer. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe they'll bump heads and end up battling right away. That'll be really awesome. We got to put them in a cage and see what happens, see who survives. But outside of that, like I said earlier, you're looking at what I told you guys was gonna happen, happened today. Phantom Troops, a team I probably named once out of the 5 games we just saw. We just seen them come up to number 3 overall with 43 points. In crazy. I didn't even, wow. 43 points, Phantom Troops. All right, so they've come back drastically. Now they're able to showcase, hey man, this lobby is stacked. All right, then right below them, C2N, who we've seen consistently come back and forth, up and down, and they're in 4th place, sitting pretty. Raven Horizon in 5th place with 42. These guys are all tight right here, 43 and 42. 3 teams for the 3rd spot. They're right next door to each other. Xbots, Everlast, Gang, Siren Vibes, and Cyber Grizzlies for the top 10 spots. So super interesting. We're about to start the last game of the night. I hope y'all are enjoying it. It's been a fun ride. For my co-hosts, any last predictions that you want to share?
I would just have to say, I think that the leaderboards won't change too much in this last thing. I think, all teams are just gonna finish it out, and then just get ready for the next week coming up. So I think that we'll just see the top 3 stay as they are. Maybe C2N just sneak in there, because it looks like they're actually they're tied for 3 and 4th now that I see about it. So it might be C2N coming on top, and then the first 2 staying as it is. Itachi?
I'm gonna say opposite. I think it's gonna be, in my opinion, everyone's gonna go for that final placement. I reckon there's gonna be, with a small ring, a decent amount of teams all fighting for positions. I believe that in this round it's gonna finish off with a giant finale, in my opinion.
Yes, it should be fun. It should be fun. We're gonna get started shortly. Hope y'all enjoy the ride. Stick with us. This is the grand finale. Feels like a momentum thing right now with some of these lower teams moving up the bracket and staying in place. But we're gonna see this last push, between 10 to, well, actually from 3rd place all the way to 9. these teams can move up and down right from each other easily with a couple of great plays. So we'll see what happens there. And remember, these points are being stacked up. So everything you can score will be stacked up for you on the next qualifier. And you'll keep on going and building until you reach 10 qualifiers. And then from there, that's it. So you can check it out on the website and see exactly how that format works. And we'll just insert your total points per event until you reach 10, and then you're done. And then by the end of the season, which will be in May, we will total everybody and see who makes it into the playoffs. So should be interesting, should be fun. I'm excited about this whole new movement and the way things are going for me as far as Court Battle League. So super excited. And now my prediction, once again, another team that's outside of the top 10. As a matter of fact, no. Watch this. One of the teams in the top 9 will end up in third place. So somebody within the below 5 will end up in third place, is my prediction. So take a look. So I'm talking about Xbox, Everlast, Gang, or Siren Vibes. That's my prediction for the day. Everything you're watching, we're going to see who got what it takes to win this game going forward. It's not an easy task, I'll tell you that. But we should go forward from there. So super good, super good. That being said, I hope y'all enjoying today's event. Should be a good ride. Let's go right into game number 6 right now as we speak. Hope y'all enjoy the show so far. I'm gonna keep it pushing, baby. And speaking of keep it pushing, watching Team Gang dropping, making some moves. So what's your play here as you see a team right next door to you, guys?
So in my personal opinion, we're coming off draw. We know another team's contesting us. I want to go ahead and loop quick. I like what you said earlier in the stream, where I want to land on something in the open. I don't want to have to open these bins to get my blind side exposed. Once I know all my team is looted up, we're gonna go ahead and identify if any of the other team is soloed out. They're still looting, they're still caught off guard, they're not really, moving as fast as we are. And then we're gonna see if we can push that safely and create that 3v2 situation. Once we get that going, we're gonna go ahead and clean up the rest of the team, and then finish looting the POI, and then start planning the rest of the game from there.
Got you.
Well, personally for me, I would stick kind of the same as well. I agree kind of with Spot. I would land, say you've got the team landing on the opposite side from you, load up your area and have a look around while you're landing as well, see if there's any teams. And then if you've got a team nearby that's not the other side, like the team you're wanting to fight, you can facilitate that fight, as Spot said, load up fast, catch them by surprise, and play off that. But if you've got a team behind you trying to sandwich you, dip out as fast as you can, try and find a different point to loot up, and go from there.
Yep, going from there. Right now, we're seeing Team Gang get into a fight big time right now, and one of their players is pushing the limits here. Soccer Boy deciding to push by himself, and he's got to be very, very careful in this scenario. And we're going to see how this one plays out for them as they continue to get aggressive right now, rocking the rampage, and they're going to try to make a move in this scenario, and really super, super aggressive in this. Getting surprise attack once again. Soccer Boy needs to be very, very careful. We're going to rotate around and check on his teammates. I'm going to call him Wilds as he pops off some shots. We have the low ground here. This is not a good position for the Gang. And man, oh man, they're in it pretty bad. Get hit and eliminated. And that right there, starting off hot by the Raven clan. Horizon still in the mix. I told you guys these guys were incredible in that last performance. And now getting a quick elimination there, giving themselves a chance. But guess what? There's another team in the mix as well, so they got to be very careful here. Team Horizon in the top 5 before this game, but they got to be careful, and they're going to revive their teammate and try to get out of here, hopefully surviving it. And luckily, the team that was pushing them is also dealing with another situation on the opposite side, so there's a lot going on in this scenario.
And that was a very fortunate escape on them. You know, they were getting tagged pretty hard before. They got the Ash all out of there. But then, you know, the revive, that's where I felt like the situation could have gone a little bit different. You have your Gibby, the bubble's still strong. You know, you could have got those extra seconds to just revive with your Gibby, as you know, he has that little speed inside his bubble. And those seconds could have costed him. You know, what if that team decided to push? You know, you're slow healing instead of taking the advantage with your Gibby and healing there. But ultimately, it didn't go that way. They got out. And now let's see if this other team continues to chase them or if they're just going to back down completely.
Definitely, and we'll see how that plays out. But we're gonna rotate around into another team that's currently busy. Everlast is trying to get in the mix right now. As you know, they're in 7th place, and they got a team on their tail that they've been back and forth with, not really committing to the fight, just kind of picking a couple shots. And I'm not sure if they're gonna take this fight or back off. But sometimes taking it easy and playing it safe is also just as good as forcing the issue and taking a fight. So we'll see how that plays. Again, a lot of teams on the board with some great points. This is the final game, and it's important that they try to score because this is their last chance. HP Den right now also in the mix in a scenario. We're going to rotate around to see what they got going on. And they decided to rotate from the fight that they were currently in. So a lot of teams now, this is one of those moments where you're kind of resetting and you're prepping, you're gearing up. And I don't know, I think, you know, what is the mindset of a comp player? Let's have that conversation with Itachi here. The mindset of a comp player, right? A lot of people I know, a lot of casuals that I play with are just loot focused. It's like a looter, like they're playing an RPG game. They're just like, I need to get this loot. I have to get the loot. And what is your mindset when it comes to loot versus rotating versus pushing or escaping situations there, Itachi?
Personally, for me, I mainly focus on rotations, but I mainly try and nudge my IGL towards rotations. But I also keep in the back of my mind at the same time, like, if teams are around, what loot everyone has. So I would say I'm kind of, if you split them into 3, I'm like 33% on each of them. But mainly, a big focus on the rotations.
Right, speaking of rotations, we got a rotation fight right now as Adala is in the mix. You know, this team's top tier, but they're in the mix of a fight right now with a Raven clan, and now they're pushing them aggressively, trying to finish them off. As you can see, taking out one of their players, and now they're going to loot up just a little bit. They got to be careful. They're getting beamed. And again, that Gibby bubble is a glitch. I'm sorry, guys. As a host of these tournaments, and I know the Respawn team won't like that I say it, but he's been broken from day one. He's never been fixed. And they're gonna probably buff him next season, for your information. He's always broken. He's supposed to be a defensive legend. You throw your bubble forward towards a team in the wide open space, you can get to them easily. You can survive any situation anytime with his bubble. It's invincible. So many broken things. I'm done. I'm sorry. I love Gibby, by the way, but anyway, there's nobody else that can really counter him outside of Maggie's little tactical that tickles you. You know, I don't know. Anyway, that's a different combo. I'm ranting here. And great stuff by Adala here. They're still being aggressive. As you can tell, man, top team for a reason. It's not about, you know, just holding back. There's no holding back with this team. They don't even have of brakes. They just got the gas on the pedal right now. But talking about gas on the pedal, they are getting hit pretty hard. Beautiful shots.
Yes.
Damn, he's using that charge rifle like a shotgun, guys.
Yes, it's amazing that he's actually doing this.
That's kind of crazy to me.
And he's doing it so seamlessly too. Like, you know, he's not even struggling with it. He's hitting everything. People are running from him. Like, I know his team is around and they're doing probably great damage as well, but just the fact that he's so confident going into these fights with a charge rifle is pretty impressive.
Definitely impressive. And talking about impressive, let's rotate around and check out HP Everest. These guys are in it bad right now. They're in the ring, suffering right now, and they got to be careful. This is the type of situations in the middle of a fight. You got low health. He loses a teammate to the ring, and then now these teams are starting to push and trying to get out of the ring as well. They got to be very careful here. They're gonna rotate out of the ring hopefully, and then survive to fight, because the ring and enemies attacking is definitely not a good look. And as you see right now, they're trying to suppress fire, but fighting the ring is not an easy task. Doing a good job though. They're really managing it well. They're gonna hit that med kit perfectly timed. They only have a R301, but they got a purple shield, so that's pretty tight right there. And they're gonna keep this position and be able to suppress this team. And I believe they have them in the corner right here. They're gonna see who can outplay who in this scenario.
Yeah, and we see the full team that fully pushed them before are advancing on them because they're down to 2 members. It's going to be a lot harder to win that fight, and we're going to see them backing off, not wanting to take that fight because of that reason. It seemed that they were trying to hold that position to try and get that banner back, to get that third. And sadly, it's not succeeded. But we're just seeing them running back, trying to fully reset, fully heal up, and see if they get any loot.
Yeah, playing smart. You know, if you can't win the fight, why force it? You know, and it's just smart to back off and figure it out. But man, oh man, they're getting beamed from another side. You gotta be careful. It's one of those things, as you rotate, you know, situation can get crazy. And somehow they survived so far, but tough situation to be in, to be honest. And we're looking at $1 right here who's down a player, but they're reviving their teammate. This is the type of stuff that creates champions, guys. Those moments where you get crushed for a second and then all of a sudden you come back and get your team up in these type of scenario. And it's anybody's game when that happens. So
it's extremely interesting to also see that while they were reviving, that they were defending it so well, popping shots, keeping them low, keeping them back as well. Now we have this team sitting, holding down, just letting them run up.
Definitely, and it's only 12 teams left here, and it is still very early. Second round is closing up right now, going into the third, and we're going to take a quick look into the Phantom. These guys came out of nowhere and actually came up to the leaderboards. They're 4th place at the time right now, so being that high up and still being able to score more points in this round, we're going to see what they can do. And that was a surprise team that I said there was going to be one. Usually is one of those teams that get hot later on. After a couple games, you get a little bit of a rhythm, so it'll be interesting to see what they can do in this one, if they're gonna slack off or continue their hot streak that they got going forward. And you can see right here, they're actually fighting off a team trying to move in from this choke point.
It's also great to see that new teams like this are coming in to CBL and showing them what they've got, showing them that it's not always the typical people always winning, how they can always go up the leaderboard, and it's great to see things like that. see new people and new playstyles.
100%. As a host, man, I've already had like over 200 plus teams play and sign up for these events and stuff, but there's regulars. There's a lot of regulars who come back and play consistently, and I love that. But I also love the newcomers because it's new people to add to the family. As the host, I'm not biased towards a team, and I'm basically here to have everybody on board. The more teams we have, the more events I can host, the bigger this community gets, the better everything can get for everyone in it. So, we welcome everybody on board. As a matter of fact, quick little plug for ourselves is head to our Discord if you want to sign up for these tournaments. You can sign up for this Thursday or this Sunday coming up as well. So a lot more events happening all year long for you guys, so should be good. And look at this right now, Phantom hitting that beacon. This is one of the most pivotal ways to win. You want to win? Be a winner. Scan a beacon. That's why every team has one scout on the pros. Every pro team, most of the time, it's rare that you'll ever see a pro team without a scout. In this game, there are classes. People don't probably know that if they're casuals, but there are classes. And all the classes, the scouts are the most critical because they can scan these beacons. So being able to have one is critical. And I always say the scouts are the best class anyways. You got Pathfinder, one of the best. Bloodhound, one of the best. You got Valkyrie, one of the best. Hey, I'm just biased. I don't know, but that's how I feel. And you even got a Crypto who is just fun for me. He's awesome. Some more intelligent player. But speaking of that, let's go ahead and rotate around and see what's going down. It's only 7 teams left. All right, the Goons are very busy right now. They're popping off some shots at this team, and now they're trying to get aggressive and actually super confident about it, just running right towards them into this situation. Like, wow, I'm very surprised that they took this fight. Now they're getting hit with a Gibby bombardment.
Yeah, it's hard to see that sometimes you can get over aggressive, but it seems that they're putting themselves in a really good position, slowly edging towards that ring, trying to get position.
Yeah, that's a smart move. I mean, it's necessary right now, especially that they doing it early. Instead of being there late, they'll be the first ones there. They can probably take some players down. They're not going to be the first ones there because I'm sure there's some players inside waiting. But if they are, then man, oh man, they got Goldmine in there and they're able to do their job. As you can see, yes, there's a team next door. So they're going to be in it thick. Could be interesting to see how it works out for the Goons. But so far, so good. Being able to suppress, and this was a scary situation to see them just run in the open like that, but they did it in the right time and they found a way to get deeper in. But damn, they're getting ambushed. As I say it, is Caster's Jinx, and luckily Ash escapes for a moment but gets eliminated. And man, oh man, talk about dominance. Xbots, we did not forget about Xbots. They're in 6th place before this event, so they are still in the mix deep. And you got to give them credit for that ambush right there. And that's the type of stuff I was talking about, is you rotate around and you're doing the right thing. I don't know where somebody comes along and ruins the day. And it happens. It's a part of Battle Royale, and that's where you just got to be better and try to make the best decisions possible and do what you can. And Xbox right now in the open trying to survive as they heal. In this scenario, should be interesting to see how this one plays out for them. Only 6 teams left, guys. So this is the grand finale. What are we thinking here as far as seeing where the ring is closing and what is the goal? Let's go ahead and take a quick look at this scenario as it unfolds on the last ring, with the 6 teams trying to figure out what they're gonna do. And the storm closes up on you. Let's take a quick look on this from the top as we see another team get eliminated. Gonna be watching this scenario as you see the bombardment raining down on this fight right now.
Well, what it looks like is like we're having a lot of edge situations. We have all those edge teams fighting each other. We have one team. It looks like Envy Eclipse just ratting in the middle of the map. I don't know.
Yep.
It just looks like a bunch of teams are trying to find good positioning and get away from the fight, which I think is the smartest move right now.
Yep, and they're actually down to the last two teams in this situation. And I'm going to go ahead and back to this overview for a second. I got a little crazy there quickly. And these two teams are about to bump heads in just a second. One team is in the building, one team is outside, but they're going to decide to take this fight. Let's go ahead and look at it from first person view. And this is it right here, the grand finale. Team C2N versus Team HP Den. They're about to go for the grand finale here. See what's happening.
And this is exactly how I predicted it. I knew that somehow these two teams would end up in the bottom. We have High Peak over here, trying to be dominant, and then we have C2N, making that slow comeback. And now we're trying to see these two teams trying to capitalize, finish strong. We're looking here at Crypto with the wingman, trying to finish his player off. He's missing a couple shots and he goes down with the trade-off. We have the Gibby right here trying to finish the fight, but it looks like it's going to be over for this team. And wow, it's not over yet. I thought it would have been done here. They're playing the knockdown shows pretty well, and there is the game. C2N is your champion.
C2N getting it done. Let's see how much they scored there. It'll be interesting. They got 10 kills and first place, which gives them 22 points on that game right there. And they're pretty much right there next to HP, but HP scored a bunch of stuff as well. So, man, it was an interesting setup. We're going to find out the leaderboards in just a second, but it was an amazing night to say the least. And I would like to just give a shout out to all the players and everybody who played today, as far as all these teams trying to win it big. I appreciate y'all for coming up on board and hanging with us as we go forward. It was a great night of games and great stuff. As you can see, this grand finale here by C2N having this building gave them that little bit of security compared to the other team trying to take advantage and push in on them. And then they found a way to win this and get it done. So before we go, I just want to hear from our co-hosts. Please tell us, what are your final thoughts here about this game? Give us some thoughts about the past 6 games here in general.
Hachi, I'll go ahead and lead you in.
Honestly, in my opinion, it's been really interesting to see with returning teams and even new teams on how they've played, how they've even adapted round from round. It's great to see from teams that were sitting to like 15th or 16th go up to the top 5, to the top 10. It's just, it shows that it's anyone's game throughout the entire thing. What's your opinion on that?
I thought tonight was a really great night for all teams. We had those really dominant teams show us why they're dominant, and then again, we had those very lower teams just coming out of nowhere, and once again, put a foot down and let them know that we're not just going to be ran over. So, it wasn't just some team completely dominating, and it wasn't just everybody else giving up. They really gave up a fight. And, right here at the end of the standings, we have Adala on top. The 2 and 3 changed out a little bit, and then everything under there is another team that came from the bottom, fixed what they did and came up on roles on the leaderboard. So, tonight was really action-packed. It showed us a lot of different skill levels and a lot of different adjustments that team made, and overall, it was a really good night for a lot of these teams.
Great. I appreciate you guys. First and foremost, I'd like to take a minute just to thank you, not for only being here, but you were one of the first teams to come on board and to really be a part of it, the movement. So it's good to have you guys as hosts, not only as hosts, but as players and teams. There was a player who said it's an honor to be in your events today. And I told them, no, the honor's mine. Just like Morpheus did to Neo in the movie The Matrix. Just thanking you guys, because we do this for that, the development, the growth, the amazing stories of players going from just regular casuals to I'm a pro player now. I'm in the ALGS and I won a championship or this or that. And everybody has their own story. It's not about everybody becoming a millionaire or famous or winning some championship. It's your own personal journey that we are supposed to be enjoying. And we're on our own ride, right, in life. So it's an honor to even be around the Raven clan. Everything I've seen them develop and grow, and then go into the ALGS and, you know, perform second round recently. And I'm sure you guys will make it to the finals some point in the future, near future. And super grateful for that. And I'm thankful for today. So any last words? This is your chance to punch in, like, you know, you got to go ahead. This is you earned your plug right now.
Tachi, do you have anything? I'll say something after.
I just want to say that this is completely unscripted. I want to say, as I've said in past, and as Mag and Spot has said, if you're looking for a good place to start, sign up here. He's looking for Great Post, and find a team even if you don't have one. It's a great stepping stone, and it's a really good place to start. And that is, like I've said, it's not scripted. That is my own personal opinion.
You don't lie. I paid you to say that, man.
Oh man, well,
We don't talk about that.
So I'd like to just close off my casting session. You know, I've never done this before. Just want to put it out there for everybody. It's my first time doing something like this, and it wouldn't be possible without you, Mag, and everybody here at the CBL community. So on behalf of me, Itachi, and the rest of the Ravens here in my Team Raven organization, we want to thank you all for, you know, having us here. It was a really fun experience. To all teams that compete in CBL, you guys are amazing. Obviously tensions run high, emotions run high, rivalries go through, but you know, we're all here because we all love Apex, we all love to compete. And if it's your goal to become a professional esports player or just to have fun in a competitive environment, you know, you guys really make this community and you make it fun for us. You know, every time we lose against you, every time we win against you, you help us grow as players, and we really appreciate all of you guys. So, you know, I hope to see a lot of you come back for more future events. Thank you very much for having us in your events, Mag. And, you know, it was a great game by everybody today. And, you know, keep on fighting, keep on pushing. And that's pretty much Spotlight signing out for today.
Got you. Thank you guys so much. We will talk very soon. I appreciate you guys for coming. We're gonna talk. So we'll talk again soon, man. We'll have you guys on board again. I think it was amazing. I think you guys did a great job for casting, and for your first times, both of you guys. We had first time casters. Super cool. So thank you guys again. All right. Have a good night, man.
You as well.
You too. Right. Thank you very much.
Peace. All right, so folks, that was it from them. We just wanted to give them a quick shout out before we do the leaderboards and before we close out. Wanted to just give them their moment and appreciating them for their hard work. They really did a good job. They carried me today, and it was exciting. For that being said, we're gonna rotate around before I start crying about it or something. You know what I mean? We're gonna take out these leaderboards, man. The scores are in. The scores are in. $1 dominating yet again. Yet again. Wow. 104 points, okay? In 6 games. That's crazy. And then HP Den with 88 points right now. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Honestly speaking, the top 10 teams all did incredible, and even more than that. All right, there's double digits all the way down to team 14. Double digits. Okay, everybody played well. It was a really, really great performance by a lot of these teams. There's a lot of new players. What people don't realize is, yes, Adala, HP, you know, these guys are organizations. These guys are really building their esports organization. They're serious gamers, and this is what they do. And then some of these guys on the lower bracket haven't taken this probably that serious, and they're probably brand new for the first time playing together. So you're talking about performing at that type of high peak level against teams that live for this, and that's their job, that's their life, you know? So it is exciting. You know, you got Team Phantom Troop. I have no idea who they are. but they scored 54 points. Okay. Shout out to those guys. C2N, we know who they are. We know what they could do, and they came out and showed out as well. Xbots as well with 50 points. We had the host, the founder of the Raven clan, and look at who's in 6th place. The Raven Horizon with 46 points. That's dominant. That's big time. You know? And then HP Everlast, another pro style organization, really building their name with 37 points. The team that I personally really like to see coming together, fusing together, is Siren Vibes. That's 2 different teams coming together, building their little dynasty of all-star team of people that all team captains who were superstars in my view, as you know, well presented, played players coming together, creating this new team, and they scored 32 points. You know, Gang, who we thought was done and finished. Honestly speaking, I was disappointed with Gang. All right, they were like in 2nd place in the standings before today, and I thought they were going to continue to reign, and then I saw them drop down to like 14th place after like game 1 or 2, and I'm like, what is going on with these guys? I didn't say it on stream because I didn't want to offend them. All of a sudden, after 6 games, we're looking at the scoreboards, and they're in 9th place with 31 points. That's a lot of points. Okay. Cyber Grizzlies with 21 points. That right there is your top 10. And then the rest of the lobby still doing some work. You have Reapers, Space Boats, Vidya Boys, CU, The Goons, FMB, KOD, New Era, Ace, and Sin, all in the building, doing what they had to do. All right. Shout out to everybody that came out, everybody that played, man. It was a good night. And I'm grateful to have y'all. And we're going to continue this as we go forward. So, super hyped stuff. Greatness awaits, because you can go and sign up for Thursday and for Sunday and make it do what it do. We do what we love, man. This is a joy for me, an exciting time for me. It's always fun for me. And I love it. 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 So make sure you get on board with us and hit up our Discord and jump on board. Just hit me up and say, hey man, I don't know what I'm doing here. It's pretty simple, actually. You're going to look at our schedule, pick a date, read the information on that date. It's going to be a channel for each date. And after you read information, you sign your team up right on that channel and you're good to go. That's literally how it all works. Pretty simple. There's not much rocket science to it. So you can get yourself involved and be a part of our movement. Thank you guys so much. We will be back on Thursday with more. You want to go to madgamer.com/CBL so you can see the actual standings on where your team is. And remember, you can play in 10 total events. So you still got more events to play in. All right. So rock out and enjoy as we go forward. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. It's been a fun night. We'll be back tomorrow. On Thursday with an official tournament for you guys. All right. So have yourself a good night. Peace and love, everybody. I'm out of here.